We're back in Leicester for week 3 of the BetVictor Championship League, live from the Mattioli Arena. Just 8 places left now in the second phase of this competition, and today we have a world champion hoping to join those already through.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Yes, and that world champion joining us today is Stuart Bingham. He's a former winner of the Invitation Championship League. He starts out next on table 1 against Mark Joyce, Jordan Brown and Poland's Maciej Sparanowski, the other 2 players in this group. Starting now on table 1, Zhou Yulong. He's a 4 times ranking event runner-up against Alan Taylor. That's followed by Belgium's Ben Mertens and from Scotland, Liam Graham. So, as I say, just 4 more days of the first stage, 8 more places left in the 32-player second stage. So let's get into the action. Another week here in Leicester, and Stuart Bingham, you always know he'll be on the team sheet for any tournament. No doubt looking forward to getting the action underway here for us today on table 1. He's already qualified actually for the China Open, so got that to look forward to in August. Mark Joyce just failed to get on again through the Q-School. He got to the last round of the second event. He lost out 4-1 to Andrew Higginson, but of course he's a former professional. In fact, a former runner-up in the Riga Masters. So as top-ups go, he's one of the tougher ones, and already he's got a chance here in frame 1. I think this is a tough group of Jordan Brown, a former ranking event winner, and Baranowski, of course, one of the Polish contingent on tour. Ben Wollaston is with us again. Yeah, it's an interesting group. I mean, obviously Bingham number 1 seed, but plenty of quality wherever you're looking at, Ben.
Yeah, Bingham Stewart is rightly the favourite for this group, but as we've seen, the first match is so important. So if Mark Joyce did get some sort of result in this match, it would become a pretty open group again. Yeah, I know, as you said, Dave, that Mark Joyce is a top-up, but he's realistically a professional. He's I don't know how many years he's had on tour, but it must have been at least 10, I would say. So, yeah, he has got to be one of the hardest top-ups there is.
Yeah, he was actually on tour for 18 years until he dropped off 2 years ago. He was as high as 29 in the world, and as I say, got to that Riga Masters final 2019. So, okay, he's just struggled a little bit last couple of years, but got a bit of a free shot in this tournament, and that makes him dangerous, I think. Of course, we've only had one 3rd or 4th seed winner group still. That was Dean Young. So the sort of favourites have come through, but let's see if that pattern continues. Worth saying, by the way, this week we've got the likes of Sir Jar Wade, Jack Lazowski, and indeed Zhao Xingtong all joining us.
17.
It's also going to get hot this week again. We had, of course, week 1, a bit of a heat wave. It's okay so far today, but we'll see how things develop as the week goes on.
24.
So it wasn't the best break-off by Stuart Bingham. And of course it's a cutthroat format, this. A reminder, it's 4 frames maximum. So it can be a draw. That's a point apiece. But if you win 3-0 or 3-1, of course it's 3 points.
28. $29.
Joyce is in that club of players who've made over 100 centuries in competition. Has a highest break of 143.
$37. $44. $45. $52. $53.
Break goes to 56 for Mark. He
56.
looked very sharp, considering it's the first frame of the day. Seemed to hit nearly every shot the way he wanted to so far.
Yeah, he's going to need another red after this one, so it's a question of which one he plays on.
$57.
Yeah, and he looks to have the perfect angle on this black, just to play a little soft cannon on one of these reds.
Oh, well, we saw him look at the possible plant which he's played on, but he's taken his eye off the black, so
57.
let's see how costly that could be, because now Bingham has got a chance at that plant. He's really annoyed, because as you say, he was cueing really nicely, just slightly just took his eye off this, I think. Stuart Bingham, the 2015 World Champion, 2020 Masters Champion. Starts the season 21st in the world, so he's just outside the top 16. Of course, that's one of his aims, I'm sure, to try and get back in. This is already, it's only frame 1 of the day. It already feels like a big visit because the frame looks certain to be done. And of course, he only had 1 shot. He broke off, but maybe not.
Seven. Eight.
Well, I guess the red on the just off the right hand side cushion could be the one, but otherwise this is a great chance. Well, it was, but he's missed that. It's a massive reprieve for Mark Joyce, and that red's run safe actually as well, which benefits Joyce with the lead he's got.
One.
So he's looking for this last red, or rather one more red after this blue, the one in open play.
Six.
Well, could have been better on it, but as I say, just needs the red, and then Bingham will need snookers.
Seven.
Bingham had the chance there, but broke down pretty quickly. The overall winner of this group tonight, they'll go into Group F in the second stage. That already includes Jack Jones and Chang Bing-yu. Seems a long time since we saw Chang in that first week.
Yeah, Mark would like to see this red disappear. Otherwise, I think Stuart, especially because it's first frame, will carry on. Bit surprised he didn't go for it, because if he'd have just rolled it in, I'm sure he would have potted it, to be honest, but he didn't want to take any risks.
Well, you would think Mark Joyce has certainly got enough experience not to sort of do anything daft. He's not going to start smashing the balls about here. So it's up to Bingham, I guess, to try and pot a red and a black and then play for the snooker on the last red and try and get the free ball. We'll see. It can happen. But Joyce is a big favourite for this frame. Of course, that already puts Bingham under it a little bit because he'd have to win the last three to get the 3 points from this match.
One.
Clearly has to pot this, otherwise let's rack them up for frame 2.
Seven.
Just slightly shorter
Seven.
pace there from Stewart. He got that behind the black there. The red was in a pretty good position for him as well to leave a potential free ball.
Well, that's a good result for Joyce because Bingham doesn't want to pot this, because that takes the free ball on the red off the table, literally.
He'll do very well to keep this out.
Yeah, so now it just seems a taller order
One.
for Bingham. .38 behind on the colours with this pink, so 3 snookers needed on these colours.
Seven.
Just clip thinly off this yellow, get the white behind the black.
Mr. Bingham. Seven.
Well, I guess what you could say here is if you can, Bingham, get the cue ball behind the black, it'll be nasty. He's just knocked it a little safer, but anyway, he's got that sort of look on his face as if he knows it's kind of not going to happen in this frame, but he's giving it a go, first frame of the day. Problem is, as I say, he's playing someone who's been around a long time. Mark Joyce is not going to, you wouldn't think, sort of make just a blunder here.
Yeah, he could potentially carry on in different frames needing 3 snookers, but as you said, because it's the first frame, he's just getting used to how the table's playing. They just got reclothed yesterday, so they always play a little bit slow off the cushions and slide in more than you would expect, so you can't blame Stewart for carrying on in this first frame. Obviously Mark's going to try and hit this yellow, but he definitely wants to hit yellow or brown because he'll probably leave a free ball if he does miss it.
Fold. Mr. Bingham. Four.
So there's 1, so 2 more snookers needed for Stewart.
Well, certainly if he could get a second one, it makes it just a little more perilous for Mark Joyce.
You'd expect Mark to hit this off one cushion, but as I said, when it's brand new cloth, it's just a bit more challenging and you're questioning exactly how it's going to come off the cushion.
Just got it. I wonder though if he's regretting now not trying to pop that penultimate red, because he could have put an end to all this with that one shot had it gone in.
Stuart just caught that yellow a little thick. He was trying to get the white in behind the black there, which, as Dave said, would have been a nasty snooker if he gets behind that black.
Well, you would think will probably do it, certainly if you can add this green as well. So he was put through it. Stuart Bingham perfectly entitled to play on, but really for him it was missing that red when he was in with the chance to clear that was the body blow in this frame, and indeed the break-off shot that let Joyce in initially. So it's going to be Mark Joyce, the fourth seed, but certainly a pretty dangerous fourth seed. A long-time professional now playing as a top-up who's going to take this opening frame. For the record, they have played 5 times against each other. Bingham 4-1, but the last meeting was 7 years ago now at the International Championship, so no recent matches to go on.
20 in the frame, Mark Joyce.
Anyway, Mark Joyce will be relieved to see off that little playing on for snookers, and he takes the opening frame against the top seed in this group, the former world champion, Stuart Bingham. Table 2, they're still going in frame 1. Alan Taylor, who again didn't get through the Q school, so he's playing as a top-up, but he's a very established player. Zhou Yulong, 4 times ranking event runner-up, lost a pretty agonising final last year to Mark Allen 9-8 in the English Open. He needed snookers there, he's missed, so he has conceded. So Zhou Yulong and Stuart Bingham, the 2 respective top seeds, just in a little bit of early difficulty. I know it's only 1 frame, but of course in this format, it's a maximum of 4 frames. It's actually now the case that Bingham knows he needs to win the remaining 3 to get the 3 points. It's early days, but as I say, the disappointment I think for him was he did get the chance there after Joyce missed that black. You can see the little hand fans in position because it's not the Azteca Stadium this, but it does get warm, and of course it's not just the weather, it's all the equipment as well, the lights and the under table heating and the cameras and everything. It can, as we know, get a little bit toasty in there. But Joyce, it's something of a bonus, I guess, to get in the event, and he definitely has got the experience to cause problems. Remember, it's Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski, the other 2 players here in this group. They'll be playing each other next.
The second frame, Mark Joyce to break.
Bingham joins Ali Carter and Ryan Day in having played in 26 Championship Leagues, basically every year in different formats, invitation, the COVID one that time, and of course the ranking event. Absolute stalwarts, all three of them.
Brilliant pot there from Stewart. A little bit unlucky there to land right on the bulk line. So yeah, just a roll in behind the brown.
Mr. Bingham, 1.
Little surprised he's coming off this side, because he's always going to leave this red in the middle.
Well, as I say, just 8 places left in the second phase. It's a 32-player phase. Again, they play 8 groups of 4. And then a week on Wednesday, of course, we have the final 2 groups, and the respective winners will play a final, a best-of-5 knockout final to decide the champion.
Very good reply there from Mark. He had to catch that red super thin. He's got the white in a very good position here, so a bit of trouble here for Stewart.
Yeah, he could have been left an easier red, I guess, from the Bingham error. Even so, that was still a chance to get in again.
One.
Well, it's a purposeful walk, which suggests he's on this blue. It didn't look like it from the camera angle.
Yeah, the snooker player walk tells a lot about if they're on the ball or not.
Yeah, he was sort of striding round to play this blue.
Six.
Could have done without that flick on the brown, though.
Yeah, this red just about cuts in, but he'll trust to a little bit of luck to get onto a colour.
Well, they call him Ballroom.
Bingham.
It's a long-standing nickname because he's supposed to be lucky, but he didn't get lucky there. I mean, he missed the pot, obviously, that's one thing, but wasn't bound to leave this red on. Another day it goes safe. He's also brought the black out.
One. Joyce, one.
Stuart will be relieved that his mistake only cost him 1 point.
Yeah, it was a very unexpected miss, not least from Joyce himself, who just looked completely bemused by it.
One.
Stuart at some point would like to get on the red that's just to the left of the black spot, because when he pots the black later it won't be tied up, but obviously if he pots it now and leaves that red there, the black and the pink are out of commission.
He's always been known for his scoring. He's had over 600 career centuries. He's 11th on the all-time list for century breaks. 9 maximums as well. So, you know, on his day, he's one of the heaviest scorers. But, of course, every scenario, every table is different. He's just taken a moment here to try and work out some sort of plan. Should have been 10-1-4-7s, but shouldn't laugh really. But in York a couple of years back, he was nicely on for one, and somebody kind of came through the door in his eye line and put him off. Nobody put him off there, he just missed that. So it's an uncertain start. He's had a few little chances, Bingham, but nothing has come to much yet.
Mark just wanted that white to roll on a bit more to get behind that yellow. So he's left a possible shot to nothing pot here for Stewart. Yeah, Stewart's not settled yet in this match today.
No, and of course it's not his first snooker of the season. As I say, he's played the qualifiers. He qualified for the China Open. He beat Luca Brissell 6-0 actually in that. So yeah, it's a great early season result. Two former world champions. Very one-sided. So a bit of a cagey frame, for two reasons. One, a few mistakes, but also the big colours early on ran a bit awkward. Still plenty on. 11 red still on.
Close there for Mark. They both keep trying to get behind that yellow, but no one's quite managed it yet.
Well, it's a really good pot. We've been saying right from the off that these pockets are not generous. Had to be really precise at pace. Now then, surely, well, he may not be on blue or brown. The green goes. Just hard work this table.
Yeah, it's a very good pot by Stewart, and it made it more difficult knowing that red was near the left-hand black pocket, so he knew he was going to leave Mark a chance if he missed it.
Meanwhile, Zhou Yilong has levelled up with Alan Taylor, so one each on table 2. Ben Mertens and Liam Graham, the other two players there in that group. Yeah, he was a bit unlucky, I think, not to be on brown or blue, but he just sort of sums up this frame, really. OK, he's left this red, but there's still work to do for Joyce as well. Quite a big few days of sport here at the Mattiello, because there's one of the darts Players' Championship events is on next door, so there's various luminaries going to be taking part in that.
1.
That was a bonus for Mark that Stewart left him perfectly on that red, so at least he's got the pink on its spot now, so it makes this chance a little bit easier.
Yeah, there's actually a dartboard in the players' room upstairs, and we've seen various players of mixed ability, I think it's fair to say, having a go. Jackson Page was absolutely superb. I don't think I saw him miss the 20 once, but apparently he does play in a darts team, but he was the best I've seen. We won't mention some of the others.
I'm just happy with a single 20, to be honest, not a treble 20.
Well, meanwhile, he's just underhit this a little, so it just sums up this frame. It's been yeah, it's been hard work basically, and still is. At least in darts, the segments don't move. They're always there. They're hard to hit, yes, but they're always in the same place. In snooker, the balls can kind of be anywhere.
Very good pot there from Mark. Good recovery to cut that in the middle pocket.
13.
Just trying to develop things, but didn't really. He's got this thinnish yellow with all the long stuff.
Choice 14.
Yeah, the white was actually coming to the rest there. The referee didn't actually have to take it off the table, so I know Mark was frustrated there, but he should have lifted the rest off the table.
It's hard work, this frame. As I say, it's a mixture of mistakes, yes, but also just the balls are not invitingly placed. Even so, he'd be disappointed to miss this. He potted a tougher red than this to the opposite corner earlier. But of course, it's a really important frame. If Bingham doesn't win it, then the best he can do in the match is a draw.
One.
Good long pot there from Stewart, but as you said, how the balls are, it's going to be difficult to get on the next red from here. Obviously an easy yellow, but he's probably going to have to develop some of these reds.
Yeah, tried to get into those three, but she caught the blue. So it's all bits and pieces. These are frames where you've got to try and just keep your concentration. They're not to everyone's taste, clearly, and most players won't enjoy them. But in this format, you know, as I say, it's going to, some way or another, play its part in the overall group table. That's worked out a dream, because he'd left that red otherwise. And he has opened the table up, so that could have been trouble for Bingham.
Yeah, that was fortunate. And because that red's pretty close to that black pocket, this makes it very difficult for Mark to get this safe.
Follow him, yes. Start Bingham 4.
Well, let's see if he can just pot a few now. It's not always easy when there's no rhythm to the game. And of course, colours. Well, there's not one on their spot, is there? Well, the pink actually is, to be fair, but it's just one of those tables, still needs some working out.
Three. Start Bingham 3.
Well, it's kind of what I was saying. I think when it goes this scrappy, it's just harder and harder to put anything together. So 9 points in it.
1. Seven. Eight.
Made sure he got high on this pink, so I think Mark's plan here will be to try and open these 2 reds next to the black.
Finger ball.
He opened them up, but he's on neither of these reds. Might try and just play a little snooker behind the green.
Mark Joyce, 14. One. Blackburn. Mark Joyce, 1.
So we're down to the last 2 reds. We're just 6 points in it. It's been very disjointed, I think is a kind way of putting it. But we're now down to the meat of the frame. And as I say, let's say this was a best of 11, it wouldn't be a huge deal to go 2-0 down, but obviously it's maximum 4 frames. So for Bingham, it does feel a big one, really. Neither's played the best yet, but Joyce still with the chance to lead 2-0.
Mark just trying to come cushion first to put this red onto the black cushion. Yeah, that's all he could do there, so at least it's safe.
Well, it's set to be a free ball.
Miss Sir Bingham. 4. Free ball. Yellow ball. On the miss, Sir Bingham 4.
Well, got to go back, you would think. It's going to be 2-1 to Zhou Yulong, so he lost the first frame there to Alan Taylor on table 2, but the top seed still in the hunt for the 3 points from his first match.
Following this, Sir Bingham 4.
Well, these are just sort of 3 points really for Bingham.
No, that's
So this frame continues. It's 38 minutes in duration now. In some ways, that one shot sums up the frame. I mean, he's potted the red, but he's landed on nothing, basically. And even looking ahead, you know, the green's safe as well. You might develop it possibly, but it's just one of those frames, Ben, isn't it? You get them.
Yeah, that was a decent pot. You know, if the frame would have been open and stuff, I'm sure he'd have landed on the blue or pink.
Green ball.
He's playing, getting the green out and trying to get a snooker as well.
Mark Joyce, 1.
It's the sort of frame you go back 40 years when a lot of snooker was not shown live, it was shown in highlights form. It's a frame either that wouldn't be shown at all or it'd be picked up about here. So you wouldn't have seen the first 40 minutes of struggle, you just see the sort of exciting conclusion. Well, that's a mistake. The head's gone down twice there. It came up the first time hoping the red was going to run past the middle pocket, but it's not.
Yeah, I think to both players this frame, they would have felt it's been going longer than 40 minutes because there's been no breaks whatsoever in this frame. So they probably feel like they've been there at least an hour in this frame so far.
Well, again, I mean, if anything summed up the frame, it was that. It looked certain to be on the blue. He kissed the black. And he's, again, on nothing. Black's now on the cushion. We'll see what difference that makes in due course.
Mark's just bringing the pink off because he will need the pink in this frame because he's 4 behind. Played a great shot there. He's got the snooker and freed the pink.
Yeah, which at least proves that he's still thinking properly, despite the disappointment there of not getting on a colour.
Mark Joyce, 6.
Yeah, just got no way near enough side on that. That'll definitely be going back.
Yeah. Yeah. A bit more to you.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the danger now is that the balls are there for Joyce. If we were to leave the yellow on, everything's there. Got to hit it first.
On the miss, Mark Joyce, 4. Are you sure? Yeah.
Lived up to his nickname there. It was a good hit, but he'll be delighted where it's landed.
Yeah, she said, do you fancy a re-rack? It's maybe a bit late for that, but it's just a frame that either one wants to put away now. Yeah, some result though to land on the top of the blue. Great effort that to get him behind blue. He's still got snooker behind the green. Proper old school frame this.
Yeah, it almost feels like a decider the way this frame's going.
When you think though, I mean, it's been long, this 45 minutes so far, but you know, the longest ever frame was over 2 hours. So it's this plus another hour and 15.
2 hours 3 minutes. I think Dave Gilbert and Fergal. I have a sort of story about that. I was playing on the next table actually against Zhao Yulong. We were in our decider. We both almost played the because I met Dave in the toilet at 9-all. Both of us started the frame at the same time. I lost mine, got home, back to Leicester from Sheffield, and I still watched at least 45 minutes of the frame.
Yeah, I think that's the key point. It was 9-all to get to the Crucible, so it's probably the only way it could happen, actually. But anyway, we'll see. This frame's not over yet.
Oh.
Not just it being 2 hours, but I remember they were 1 hour just on the yellow. No one pot a ball for an hour.
That's right, yeah. Dave Ford, referee, never been the same since. Not a free ball this time, but he's going back to Mitri here, the referee, having to keep his concentration. Maybe a little help needed for the brown.
Somewhere. You hit.
Going to have to work it out amongst themselves.
Yeah. So, somewhere around here, this area. Was it on the book? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure it was in the D. I guess somewhere here.
I think it was definitely this side of the D.
Yeah.
It's one of those, it doesn't make that much difference really. It doesn't have to be spot on the brown, I don't think, but the cue ball obviously is the key ball. So he doesn't leave the yellow on, and we continue. 10 points in it. So at the moment, Bingham doesn't need that black. That's potentially still going to play a part, but we'll see. Almost feel that the frame's destined somehow to come down to the black. Well, a mistake, but let's see. Can Bingham summon something up here?
Two.
Well, I just think it's been such an attritional frame that
Two.
just made it harder there to produce that clearance. And to be fair, the green didn't really threaten the pocket.
Three.
Lemon in front, so he needs brown and blue to lead 2-0.
Seven.
Well, obviously now Bingham does need the black, which may just take a little bit off this for Joyce. It's been a hard slog, this frame, nearly 52 minutes. Mark Joyce needs the blue to lead 2-0, and Bingham did have a chance there on that yellow, missed the green. So not a good start this for Stuart Bingham.
12.
The best he can do now, the top seed in this group, remember, the best he can do is a 2-2 draw, 1 point.
Managers. 12.
Well, best of luck, Stuart, is all I can say here. I mean, these two snookers, look where the black is. A frame which refuses to end. Show You Long's going to win 3-1 against Alan Taylor, so he lost the first frame there, but it'll be 3 points to Show You Long. He's now practicing at the Victoria Snooker Academy in Sheffield, where a lot of the real big hitters from certainly the Chinese game play, Chao Xing Tong included. Ben Mertens, Liam Graham will be the next match on table 2. But who knows when this one will finish, this frame, this match. Well, Bingham's moved the black. Has he knocked it in? No, but it's no better there, really. The pink finally drops, and a long old frame that, nearly an hour, has gone to Mark Joyce, and that's the significant thing for him. He's won it, he's 2-0 up, he's guaranteed himself a point with the chance to take all 3. Now let's just show you Zhou Yulong completing victory here. So he did lose the first frame, but he's clearly going to win this one, and he'll have a break, of course, until 4:30 local time. Guaranteed to play the last match against Ben Mertens. If the top seeds wins their first match, then it really puts the pressure on the rest. And Zhou Yulong, quite high, I think, on the list now of players yet to win a ranking event who could certainly do so. He's been in 4 finals. And I think would be a popular winner as well. We've seen him for a number of years. Still a young man, of course. He's only 27, but, of course, broke through as a teenager. Seen various compatriots from China, of course, gone and achieve amazing things.
81.
23 in the world as the season starts, so he's within touching distance of a top 16 place.
'86.
This is a nice finish, not quite a century, but of course high breaks can come into it. And he's made 86 there 86. To defeat Alan Taylor 3-1. As I say, Ben Mertens against Liam Graham will be the next match. Another interesting group there, but as for table 1, well, Stuart Bingham has struggled. He has had chances. He had the chance there on the yellow, missed that green. Had the chance in frame 1 to potentially make the clearance, missed a red. So things not clicking yet for the 2015 world champion. And of course, that year, just a few weeks before he won at the Crucible, he won the Invitation Championship League. Someone who is in every conceivable event, basically, never turns anything down, but that enthusiasm is being tested here because he hasn't played well yet, and he finds himself 2-0 down. And of course, if he were to lose, that really opens the group up for the others. Waiting for Mark Joyce. Just returning, so he's now targeting victory, and of course 3-0 is the perfect result. Doesn't matter what the frames have been like, it's about getting those 3 frames on the board. Well, I mean, his first break-off shot in frame 1 wasn't great, that was even worse.
One.
Well, I'm not sure many players enjoy frames like the one we've just seen, but you enjoy winning them, and that's what Mark Joyce did.
Four. 6.
Well, much more sort of standard start to the frame with where the balls are.
14. 15. 22. 23.
'He's left a good angle on this black to go into these reds. I think he might try and hit the pack of 6 reds, the one on the left hand side. Just wanted a slightly fuller contact on that. That's why the white's gone further up the table than he would have
30.
liked.
Yeah, so it makes this next shot a big one because he has opened them. If he can recover the situation, it's a chance to win the match. He's got Stuart Bingham massively on the ropes here, but this next shot could be really decisive.
Mark Joyce, 30.
Yeah, he changed his mind, didn't he? He considered firstly the red to right corner, took the one to left corner, didn't get it.
He has left him, Stuart, a red to the middle, but the angle it's at, it's very difficult for him to get on a colour, so that might make him refuse the red.
Mark Joyce, 4.
Disaster for Bingham. So Mark Joyce, 34 in front. Good chance now to get this one.
1.
Been a bit of a nightmare for Bingham. He's had played 2 bad break-off shots. That's contributed. And at other times, just made too many errors.
Yeah, in that second frame, Stuart,
6.
you know, there was loads of mistakes by both players, and it was a scrappy frame, but missing that green will, I think, be the most disappointing shot of this match for him.
Yeah, because it was a sudden chance, really, wasn't it, that came along out of nowhere. And as I said at the time, the green didn't really threaten either. He didn't get close. Just to say, Ben Mertens and Liam Graham underway on table 2. But how much longer here on table 1? It's up to Mark Joyce, and this would of course be a great start for him. Remember, he's the 4th seed in this group. Well, I'll have to wait a bit longer. That hasn't worked out.
Mark Joyce 14.
Well, if anything, things are getting worse for Bingham. So another chance for Joyce. Got to land on a colour here. And then really is a good chance. That'll do.
Five. Six.
Just need to hit that one, Mark, so you're going to have to go up for blue or bolt colour now. You can just take, you can play for the pink. Red and pink would need, me and Stuart would need 1 snooker.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been vintage Mark Joyce, has it? But he's been the better of the 2, and he's just stuck at it. And as you say, this pink, barring snookers, he's the winner. And it's the worst possible start for Stuart Bingham. Not impossible to win the group from here, but you're in that position where you might be relying on other results, a couple of draws. You can't do anything about that other than matches you play in. So he's already bang under it here today, Stuart Bingham. And Mark Joyce,
21.
the opposite, because he's got another match in this session. He could end it on 6 points and he'd be looking good. We did say at the start he was one of the tougher top-ups for sure. 18 years on tour, ranking event finalist. Seemed likely to be dangerous. He's missed that, and Bingham, from what we've seen, is going to play on. 3 snookers needed, so not quite done yet.
1. Eight. 9. 16. 17.
'Can he get a nasty snooker out of this? He had a chance earlier. There were 2 reds by the pink, but couldn't keep them there. There would have been a chance to nail Joyce behind the pink. Of course, he's looking for a free ball as well.
Yeah, you could get a snooker behind the pink, Stuart, but he can't get. He wants to get the red near a colour to give that chance of a free ball.
Bingham 24.
Well, in the end, I don't think it's a snooker. I think there's a gap.
Good shot there from Stuart, but Mark definitely won't be hitting this too hard if he misses a snooker, because he doesn't want to leave that free ball.
Fall, still Bingham 4.
He'd be annoyed, Joyce, because he should have killed this off by now. But there's 1 snooker. Still 2 more required.
Mark's choosing the more difficult way to come out of this, just because he's worried about if he went the other way he could leave a free ball, which he has missed it. So we're down to one snooker now.
4.
Well, Bingham's just lost the advantage here.
So a chance for Mark to definitely put this match away. So one good pot here.
If only it were that simple.
You sort of knew it wouldn't be that easy the way the match has gone, but he's got second prize, he's got a snooker.
Well, a couple of lovely little nudges there. So now Bingham's got to hit it, not leave it. Oh, he thought it was in, but it's actually quite a result. Strange old match, isn't it? You just get the feeling, you know, there's maybe a little twist coming. The red going in was no good to him. Okay, could have potted the pink, although that wouldn't have been a certainty, but actually he's got a snooker out of it.
I think Stuart will be forced to pot this red. He ideally wants pink or black with it, so he only needs one snooker.
1.
Yes, the danger certainly hasn't passed for Mark Joyce. As I say, when he was in earlier, he really should have won this frame without all this playing on. One thing Bingham's got is experience. He's 50 years of age. Played all levels of snooker conceivable. And even though I'll be very disappointed with his performance, he's got this boundless enthusiasm for competitive snooker and hasn't quite given this matchup yet, even though he should have lost 3-0, but it's not over yet, this frame.
Still bingo, 8.
Good shot by Mark. He's got the snooker. Easy to hit, but Stuart has to get it safe.
Ben Mertens has won the first frame against Liam Graham. That's the second match. They've had 5 frames on that table already. Well, it was a good effort that to get him in quite a nasty snooker behind the black. Where's this cue ball? Where's this cue ball? A little close for comfort.
Yeah, he was watching it all the way down. He knew it was close as soon as he hit it. But luckily for Mark, it didn't quite get there.
It's on your on your shoes.
It's on your shoe, Max, on the bottom.
Well, his logo surmounted on his shoe. It's not really been his morning, has it? If he didn't laugh, he'd cry, I think, from Stuart's perspective. Remember, he just needs one successful snooker here and he can win the frame, so still a lot of danger for Joyce.
He's living dangerously, Mark Joyce there. The side nearly swung that in the pocket. Brown and the black are in good positions for Stuart to get snookers at the moment, so Mark will be a bit anxious still in this frame. got to make sure he doesn't hit this yellow on the right hand side, because that could be a potential in off. So Mark will know that, but he's got to make sure he executes the shot.
Fall. Third Bingham.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, Mark Joyce included, knew that was on, but somehow it still happened. So now, Bingham can win the frame. 25 behind, 27 on. An extraordinary turnaround in a match that looked completely done. He needed 3 snookers at one point here. And of course the other thing is you look at the balls, you know, there's nothing safe, so Bingham were to get a chance at the yellow, the clearance would be on. He's got a chance at the yellow. If he ends up with a 2-2 draw out of this, I mean, if I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. He's not won this frame yet, but how is he still in it?
Two.
Well, incredible to finish there. Although, oddly not incredible, really, if you watch the match.
Third Bingham. 2.
So, chance for Mark here. He's just praying he can pot this green.
Yes, I mean, he should have won 3-0 some time ago, actually. Well, nowhere near.
Turned out to be a good shot by Stewart, but he's definitely gone closer to that corner pocket than he would have liked.
Well, the last frame was 55 minutes. This is already 32. Mark Joyce just has not been able to put it away.
Bingham. 4.
It's going back just to say 1-1, Ben Mertens and Liam Graham, so they're getting on with it. They've had 6 frames now on table 2. We've not had 3 yet on this one.
Fall. Bingham. 4. Back. Bingham 4.
Missing it that time means that if Mark does get a chance, he's going to need that tricky blue as well now.
Well, when Joyce was 69 in front with 59 on, he missed a ball, which would have definitely ended the frame there and then. And that feels like a long time ago. It's about 20 minutes ago now.
Yeah, he missed that black off the spot, and he's probably had 4 or 5 chances at potting basically match ball again, and it just gets harder and harder.
Oh, yes. Mr. Bingham 4.
Well, it's unravelling by the moment for Joyce. But Bingham unable this time to take advantage. You said the last frame was like a decider. They're kind of all like deciders, aren't they? Very. Jimmy White has the term Shredsville, which usually comes late in the piece, late at night. This is like still morning.
Yeah, I think Mark Joyce is definitely in Shredsville in this frame at the moment.
Well, the match began 2 hours ago, and there may be another frame yet. This has been going 37 minutes now. Previous one 55. Got to credit Bingham as well, though, because, you know, he hadn't played well. He looked certain to lose. A lot of people would have just given up, actually, but that's not what he does. And he's dug in and he's still in this match. And, of course, if he could somehow dig himself out, end up with a point, then that is a valuable point going forward for the rest of the day. And a massive blow, of course, for Joyce. Watching that cue ball again. This is close. This is close. Oh, it's in, I think. Wow.
Mr. Bingham 4.
So, Stuart Bingham, he was 69 points behind at one stage. He's now 3 behind. So he needs 4 pots to extend the match.
Yeah, and you'd say this is the key shot. If he can get on this blue, he would have absolutely stolen a frame here.
Seven.
Yeah, could have finished better on that blue.
Should Bingham 7.
But as you can see, the pink is impeding it to the pocket, so shake of the head from Joyce. So you've got to be happy, surely, that Bingham missed the blue.
Good shot there. If he got that wrong, he was obviously going to leave the blue. So.
Joyce actually now needs all 3 balls to win this frame. There is a scenario, it could be a respot, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Well now, can Joyce get himself over the line? As I say, needs the 3 balls. Not a great start.
Yeah, just think he's going to try and get a snooker behind the black here.
Joyce 5.
As I say, were Joyce to pop the pink and then Bingham the black, it would be a respot, which feels kind of like an apt way to finish the frame. We'll see. Well, he's got the full distance between them.
Pink does pop, but it's very thin, and the risk is if he misses it, it would probably stay near the corner pocket. but he wishes he went for it now.
Bingham needs, after all this, he needs pink and black to, after all, go into frame 4. A match that surely by now he should have lost. Well, you can't believe it. You needed 3 snookers. But this black, and it's 2-1, and he's still very much in the match. Well, you've got to credit Bingham for his never say die attitude there, because, as I say, he wasn't playing well and may have felt like he didn't want to continue, but he dug in and dug in some more. Mark Joyce didn't take the chances he had to kill it off. And we're going into frame 4. Incredible. Meanwhile, they're already in frame 3 on the other table. Ben Mertens and Liam Graham. And it's 1 apiece here. Of course, we've already had Zhou Long beating Alan Taylor 3-1. Ben Mertens seems to get taller every time you see him, from Belgium. Liam Graham, a couple of years ago, was shootout runner-up to Tom Ford. Luca Brissell, another, of course, famous Belgian snooker player, will be playing later in the week, on Wednesday, in fact. I'm sure you know by now, but the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has all the action from table 2. Question on table 1 though, how does Mark Joyce sort of pick himself up after that? Because for all money, he'd won 3-0, as you say. He potted that black off the spot, 69 in front. There was no way back. But we saw what happened. It just gradually unravelled and unravelled some more. And Bingham delighted to pot pink and black in the end. I remember that match you played, Ben, with Joe O'Connor in the UK qualifying, when he was putting in all sorts of evil positions in the last frame.
Yeah, that was a lot of, you know, I thought I'd won the match, and he put me in a lot of pain for a good half an hour. But yeah, as you say with Mark Joyce, it's going to be so difficult for him to win this last frame after losing a frame like that.
Well, let's see what happens, because it's been a struggle, let's be honest, but this is the last frame. Bingham has a foothold in the match. His highest break 24, Stuart Bingham, but could still get a point here. Sure, Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski were getting ready to come and play their match, but being made to wait.
cagey opening start to this frame. I think they're both trying to get their heads around what happened in that last frame.
I mean, various players have said over the years it's a waste of time playing on for snookers. You know, you're never going to get them. It's just pointless. Well, we've just seen a frame that was far from that, and of course, in a group format, feels even more significant. Well, Mark Joyce does have a red to go at, but how's he feeling after the trauma of that third frame?
One. Eight. Nine. Fourteen. Fifteen.
Got into the cue ball a bit too much there. Liam Graham has gone 2-1 up against Ben Mertens on table 2.
Seventeen. 18.
Yeah, again, he just lost the cue ball. So many colours he could have finished on.
Yellow ball. Joyce, 18.
Well, the logo's come off again.
One.
Nice fluke there from Mark Joyce. Yeah, with your logo, it normally just comes off on your cue, but he's had it up. Stuart's has come off on the floor, on his shoe. It just needs to go on his head next time.
Well, let's see what difference that fluke makes. He's finished on the green. No, he's just struggling to control the cue ball, isn't he? You know, he's running out of position.
4.
Pretty good recovery. But misses the blue.
Mark Joyce, 5.
Just feels after the last frame that he's sort of destined to be 2-2. It doesn't always work that way, but you know it should have been 3-0. Bingham, if he is in our interview tonight as the group winner, clearly this match would have had a lot to do with it. Oh, but he's missed that. I mean, he's not played at all well, Stuart Bingham. There's no point pretending otherwise. He battled in that last frame, but still hasn't made a 30 break in this match.
1.
So Joyce kind of chipping away here.
Yeah, if Mark can get a few together, 10 or 20 points, if he can get like 40 points in front, it'll be a big lead, especially how the balls are situated in this frame.
Yeah, I mean, he pushed that yellow safe when he was 18 points in front. It was very sort of conservative, but might well be a wise decision. Well, there's no point pretending that this is a great match. It isn't, but it's an important one in the group. Another miss from Joyce. Cue ball kept running, though. Now, is he actually on a red here? Don't think so.
Yeah, after missing that bad green, he's fortunate not to leave Stuart a chance.
Certainly one of the longer matches we've seen. You know, it's still a long way to go in this frame, you feel. They've been out there 2.5 hours already.
Fold. Miss. Mark Joyce. 4.
Spare a thought as well for Dimitri, the referee, who's having to not only keep his concentration, but I'm pretty sure he's on the next match as well. Meanwhile, Mark Joyce just adjusting his belt. Green didn't help there. So there's still 8 reds on. 28 points in it. Mark Joyce in front. But he was 69 in front in the last frame with 59 on and somehow lost it. That's why we're still going in this match.
Stuart can free the black here, but he's just wary that he might push a red over this black right-hand black pocket.
Fold. Miss. Still bingo. 4.
Well, it's a funny old game, isn't it? Let's be honest. Missed the red, knocked the green in. The referee waiting because, of course, if he has them put back, he's got to put it back by the pocket, otherwise it'll go on its spot. So from there, so the green, that's the yellow spot, yeah, the green on its spot.
I think this match has confused the referee a bit as well.
Well, like I say, you know, you need concentration to do that job anyway. It's a long game, this now. 2.5 hours we're in frame 4. One of the longest, if not the longest we've had this year in this tournament.
Mark did catch that too thick, that's why the white's not travelled down the table, but he hasn't left the pot.
He's just playing to nestle into them. Well, not the fluent game that Bingham often plays and likes to play, of course, but right now it's about just trying to nail the frame down somehow and regroup, come back later, try and improve.
Choice 5.
Well, Bingham was pointing there to where put the placement, but it's just a question of whether Joyce can see anything, fancies taking anything on. But he doesn't, so back we go. Slight adjustment made.
Black ball. Mr. Bingham, 1.
Well, ideally would have liked it in behind green, but the table is opening up a bit now. 28 in it. Obviously the yellow tied up, which favours Joyce with the lead he's got. They're not far from wrapping up the match on table 2. Ben Mertens in front there, but Liam Graham with a chance to steal it for 3-1. I think it's been so cagey as well that no one really wants to take any risks. You know, Joyce is desperate not to lose the match now. Bingham has worked so hard to keep it going, he doesn't want to just throw it away. So it's kind of ultra cautious stuff. But that was a really good pot from Bingham. Now then, can he get back into the frame? There's work to do to win it, clearly, at this visit, but it's a match that, you know, should have been over about an hour ago. He's still in there fighting hard.
Six. Mr. Bingham, 6.
Don't think Stuart can believe what he just done there. So Mark's got a 22-point lead. He has, you know, if he's got 3 or 4 reds, you'd think in the Open, but the way this match has been, you can't take anything for granted.
1.
Well, it is a chance, and with the lead he's got a pretty good one.
Four.
Wants to make sure he takes enough in terms of colours with these reds that he won't need the two awkward ones.
Five.
Liam Graham has beaten Ben Mertens 3-1 on table 2, so that's their second match concluded. Mertens stays on to play Alan Taylor next. So 33 the lead here. So he's going to need 11 points here from the two remaining open reds to not need those two awkward ones by the yellow.
Yeah, if he pots this green, gets on the red, he'll be looking for black or pink with this next red.
$15.
But, of course, as we know, it doesn't necessarily mean it's over, because we saw in the last frame Bingham needed 3 snookers, got them. Even so, just a little bit of breathing space. It'll be 45 in front with the black, possible 43 on.
$23. Mark Joyce 23.
Well, one thing we know is he's going to give it everything, Bingham, to try and still turn this around. It would be one of the most unlikely draws you'd ever see in this tournament if he could come back and get the snooker, win the frame.
One.
So clearly he must make sure of this black. Still one snooker required, 37 in it, 35 on.
Eight. at bingo. 8.
Joyce getting flashbacks to the last frame.
And he's left the gap in between pink and black to this red for Mark.
Still good chances though for Snookers here. From what we've seen in this match, this is still anyone's frame, even though clearly Joyce is the favourite. Yeah, that little corner has potential for trouble for Mark Joyce. Well, match 3 is underway on table 2. Ben Mertens and Alan Taylor. Just a reminder there, Zhou Yulong beat Taylor, Liam Graham beat Mertens, so that's at the moment a match between two players with 0 points. Mertens was a little unlucky in that last frame, but anyway, they're getting on with it certainly.
Some possible shots enough in here for Mark Joyce.
He'd just love to see the red disappear, wouldn't he? Even then, he's not quite over the line, but he would be 1 foot in terms of victory. Seems it's not quite a snooker.
Stuart this time, I'm pretty sure pot this red, take pink or black.
One.
Yeah, still one snooker needed, 30 behind, 27 available.
Serving 7.
It's going to be the swerve. We started out 3 hours ago and we're still not over the line in this first match. Still got 2 to come in this session, of course. It looks like we're going to be rolling through into the second session. Well, that's worked out nicely for Stuart Bingham anyway. I mean, if he gets out of this 2-2, it'll be the greatest draw in snooker history, because we don't have many, because we don't have many league formats, but it would be an extraordinary result, actually.
Be relieved he hit that, and it's landed pretty well for Mark Joyce as well, where the yellows landed. Very difficult for Stuart to play a good safety here, or even get a snooker. Yeah, earlier on in this frame, Mark Joyce, he had the black to Stuart to get snookers, and he could have played for one of those 2 reds. Understandably, just made sure the black. I'm pretty sure if the frame before, when Stuart didn't get 3 snookers, he would have played for one of the 2 reds and could have ended this frame earlier, but he just made sure the black. So hopefully for Mark Joyce's sake it doesn't come back to bite him in this frame.
This frame now 49 minutes. We had one, frame 2 was 55, the last one was over half an hour. again, the walk tells you everything really there.
Yeah, it should be no problem to hit the yellow, but he just doesn't want to leave it in a position where it's easy for Stuart to get a snooker.
Yeah, because that pink's in a good spot now for snookers. Well, we shouldn't be surprised by Stuart Bingham's battling qualities. It was him and Ricky Walden here one year. They got to the final groups, but couldn't get to the final. So the final began as they were playing their last match, and it ended while they were still going. They were playing basically for a grand, but it's a grand. And we just left them to it, basically. Lock up when you're done. "55 minutes now this frame. Can we get to the hour mark?" No reason why not.
I'd be very surprised if we don't, to be honest.
2.
Well, I had no real option but to pot the yellow. It was over the pocket. 28 in it then. Possible 25 remain.
Serving 2.
Good thinking from Stuart there. 3 in the brown. The threat is lingering, isn't it? It didn't quite get the snooker there, but the fact that it's just 1 is what makes it difficult for Joyce. And of course it's multiplied by what happened in the last frame. If you're just joining us, Bingham needed 3, got them, won the frame from a position where he looked certain to lose 3-0. 58 minutes now, this frame, the longest of the match. Alan Taylor's won the first against Ben Mertens on table 2. That's the 3rd match there. They've actually had 9... Well, how many frames have they had? Yeah, 9 frames. And we're in frame 4 of the first match here. So it takes all sorts at the Championship League. I have to say, though, I think this is one of the longest matches in this format we've ever seen. It's got to be. Yeah, we think it must be the longest. I mean, they've been going from gun to tape for over 3 hours and we're still not done. Yeah, and the first frame wasn't too bad. Maybe 20-25 minutes, I think, the first frame.
They were just toying with us. Yeah, of course, Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski just having to wait. I mean, they must have thought in that 3rd frame. I'm sure they were getting ready to come down and start. It was about an hour and a half ago. Well, just looked for a moment like he might have left the green, but of course the blue is in the way. Well, we're just 10 seconds off the hour mark, Ben, so, you know, you've seen something historic at least. That's for this frame, of course. The match much longer than that.
Yeah, the difference between this and the last frame. I don't since Stuart's needed the snooker, I don't think he's gave Mark a chance to pot a ball. But in the frame before, Mark, had 4 or 5 chances to end it. But Stuart has kept it tight in this frame so far.
Just looked at his watch there, Bingham, with a slight look of disbelief when he saw what the time was.
And you always felt he was going to get a good snooker at some point. This is the hardest one so far.
Yeah, it's just spiralled into a complete nightmare for Mark Joyce ever since he missed that black off the spot. 69-0 up in frame 3, leading 2-0. A certain winner, we thought at that point. But if he fails to hit the green, then Bingham can still salvage a 2-2 draw. Solid hit though. Bingham's highest break, still only 24. You'd have thought in that case he'd be nowhere, but he can still potentially get the draw. It would be one of the hardest earned draws we've ever seen in this format. Second prize, I think. "64 minutes now, the frame. That makes a difference. In off, mate, would have made a bigger one. Just escape that, but now of course it's 2 snookers needed, so a little bit of breathing space for Mark Joyce. The in off, it was over.
He will feel slightly more comfortable now. I know with what happened in the last frame, but it's 2 snookers now, so he will feel a little bit better than he did a few minutes ago.
that was a nice little nudge on the brown for Joyce. So just feels now that things are just getting tougher for Bingham. Obviously must hit the green, but also not leave it on. And he's done both of those things.
Three. So Bingham, 3.
Got to say, it's a Herculean effort from Bingham, this. As I say, there'll be some players, because he hasn't played well, there'll be some players who'd be so disappointed in their performance, they would have just packed it in the last frame, but he hasn't. Now, where's the brown? Is it in? No, it's not.
Of course not.
What would be the fun in that? 67 minutes. That would have been it had it gone in, but we continue. Well, it's running near to the pocket. Well, if he can pot it, surely there's no way back from there. Visions of the pink going in there. Interesting to see what time we start the evening session on this table, because of course you said they can't move one of the other matches in this session. Jordan Brown's playing both of them. Jordan's a talented player, but he can't be on 2 tables at once. Well, he dodged a bullet there, very nearly went in off.
So chance for Mark Joyce, this brown to the green pocket.
Well, ball's coming off the table.
4.
Makes it harder now, surely.
So Bingham, 4.
Can Mark Joyce knock this blue in? Trying to force Bingham to pot it, because he would need 2 on with pink and black. 71 minutes now, this frame. Absolute epic, a marathon battle.
Do you know if this is the longest frame in Championship League history, or have we had longer than this?
Well, thankfully I don't have the records, because it's not the sort of thing you really want to read, but it's got to be one of them, hasn't it? It must be. I don't think we expected this between these two. You can get one frame in a match, but for them, okay, like you say, frame one wasn't long, but the rest of them have been, you know, pretty lengthy, and this is the longest of them all.
It's there.
Yeah, and there is the handshake. So a 72-minute final frame does go to Mark Joyce. He'll be very relieved because he should have won 3-0. Stuart Bingham showed his battling qualities, but it is Mark Joyce who wins this epic 3-1. We'll be back in 5 minutes' time for Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So a very lengthy match. The average frame time 48 minutes between Stuart Bingham and Mark Joyce. Joyce winning 3-1. Of course, they've had 2 matches on table 2. They're into the third. Ben Mertens trailing 1-0 to Alan Taylor. 2 players have already lost a match there, so Mertens certainly in some early trouble. Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski have had a long wait to get on the table, but they are now about ready to get underway. Match 2 after that very lengthy first match. Phil Yates has been chomping at the bit to get in the box. What a match, Phil.
Well, I don't like saying things like this without evidence. I've got no empirical evidence of this, but I'm absolutely sure I'm right. That's got to be the lengthiest match ever in the Championship League ranking event, if not in the Championship League overall.
Yeah, and I can't believe Stuart Bingham has ever played a match before with an average frame time of 48 minutes. Anyway, let's see. You know what snooker's like. This could be the complete opposite. It's Jordan Brown to get us underway. But when Mark Joyce was 69-0 up, 2-0 up with 4 reds on, these two, I'm sure, were getting ready to walk down the stairs to start. That's a couple of hours ago now. Matthias Baranowski, a second season professional from Poland, of course one of 3 Polish pros with Anthony Kowalski and Michal Shabarczyk. And that's a plant to get in frame 1. So as I say, you know, this frame could be 10 minutes old. We just don't know in this sport.
Well, Alan Taylor is definitely going to take a 2-0 lead over Ben Mertens. So Mertens' group is basically been a nightmare for the Belgian.
Well, I'm pretty sure he played on the red to left middle there, but he has got the one to the corner. Second season professional, 28 years of age. He did get to the last 32 last season of the Xi'an Grand Prix in China. Otherwise, like a lot of players, it was a bit of a baptism of fire, first year on tour, but of course they're guaranteed 2 years when they turn professional.
Currently 85th in the world rankings. And that's a slightly false position because he didn't do all that well in the qualifiers before this began. Lost to Simon Blackwell in the China Open first match, lost to Sean O'Sullivan in his first match in the Wuhan Open. But there were encouraging signs because in each of those contests he made a century.
Yeah, very often what happens in year 2 is the players do improve. It's whether they actually do enough to stay on tour. Bushke Revez is a perfect example from Hungary. He played a lot better in year 2 than year 1, but ultimately was relegated because you have to stay in the top 64 at the end of the year, at the end of the season. Well, the good news for Dimitri, the referee from that last match, is he's not on this one. I did wonder if he was doing back-to-back, but he's gone for a little sit down, and he deserved it. He did a great job there. It was a long old match.
Yeah, once again, the tournament director, Marcel Eckhart, making a very common sense decision.
11.
Well, is he on this red? He's having a good look. It's obviously tight past the black. If not, then he's got this other one left of the pink. It'd be disturbing reds here. A lot of them will be into the open after this shot. Got to pop the red as well. Yeah, that was the problem there. It was a big shot to play, but didn't seem to have left Brown bang in here.
So often you see that shot missed by being undercut. So Jordan Brown, he's the second seed in this group, and with Bingham's demise in the first match, I think he'll be now fancying his chances. He's in the danger zone, very much in the world rankings, number 64, just about held on to his tour status at the end of last season. So he needs good things to happen, and winning a group here would be a really good thing for him.
Yes, he's qualified for the World Open, but on the provisional end of season list, which factors in points coming off, he's 71st, so he really is in the danger zone. But of course it's a long season. Things can change quickly. Could have been left an easier red than that, couldn't he? Baranowski got away with the last shot, really.
Great backstory to Matthias Baranowski, who, by the way, is apparently nicknamed the Baron. He discovered the sport at the age of 8, and he would play a version of the game, if you like, using a mop and a tennis ball on his family's kitchen table.
So what you're saying is he's used to cleaning up.
Yeah, on a table. Good pot, very good pot. In an ideal world, would have liked slightly more angle on that red to get the cue ball a little more away from the side cushion, because this black, especially when you're not fully warmed up, this kind of black is a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long wait to get on the table. It's frame 1. So allowances can be made. Jordan Brown, his best tournament last season was his home event, the Northern Ireland Open. He beat Zhao Xingtong and Sean Murphy, and then drew, who else? Mark Allen in the quarterfinals, lost 5-2. All Northern Ireland affair.
What?
So chance number 2 for the pole. Well,
6.
Nowhere.
Came through the Q School last year. He won 6 matches there. Got his card by beating Patrick Whelan 4-2. We saw Whelan, of course, on Saturday, finishing 3rd in a group won by Ali Carter.
Well, there's a lot of interest in him because I know that this has been commentated on by one of the Polish Eurosport commentators for Canal Plus. So this is going out in Poland. He's a 4 times Polish champion.
Yeah, also a fine coach for many years, or for several years, I should say. He coached the Polish national junior team. One of the many side effects of the match we've just seen is that almost certainly there's going to be a very short gap between sessions today, maybe even no gap at all. But that's no concern of these two. Just get your head down and battle.
Jordan Brown, of course, is a ranking event winner. Welsh Open 2021, beat Ronnie O'Sullivan no less, 9-8. Of course, there were no crowds then because of the pandemic, so it was a rather eerie atmosphere, but still a great victory. He'd beaten Mark Selby and Stephen Maguire in the tournament as well.
Yeah, really good break in the decider, wasn't it, to win?
6.
He's a real lover of snooker, Jordan Brown. And it was one of those victories that was really heartwarming.
Yeah, I mean, not so long before that, he'd been working in a petrol station. He'd been on tour when he was a young player, dropped off, got a job in the real world, still played, and managed to find his way back on. But could easily just have drifted away from the game.
12. $13.
Just a normal frame this day, but already it seems like a sprint compared with what we've already seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw there in the last match was quite unusual, actually. To see all the frames, well, apart from the first, lengthy like that. You know, you don't normally see, but anyway, we got through it.
20.
Hopefully Ben will come back later.
21.
Jordan's drawn Chris Wakelin in Wuhan. Big ranking event coming up in August.
28.
Yeah, to get there, he showed a lot of fighting spirit. He was 4-2 down in his first match to Craig Steadman, won 5-4. Then he beat Oliver Lyons 5-3 to book his ticket on the plane. He also won a match in the China Open, beating Daniel Womersley, but then lost his next to a group winner in this tournament already, Jimmy Robertson.
Well, this frame, he's up to him now. He's got them where he wants them. Baranowski had a couple of chances, just lost the cue ball in the second of them.
$35.
Just noticed something on the cue ball.
41.
He's taken these really well, and by potting this red, he'll free up the other one. We've seen over the course of the first 12 days, you don't want to try and pot balls down the top cushion unless you have to, but he won't need to do that. He's now 28 ahead, so the two open reds with reasonable colours.
49.
And he'll be well past the post.
Yeah, good start, because they were hanging about for a while before they got on the table. Didn't do much with his first chance, but this is better. Still
55.
Needs this red and a colour. So just needs to make sure of this. Yeah, that'll do.
56.
Check of the scores. Pink puts him 41 in front with 35 on. Played that nicely.
62.
So a very confident start from Jordan Brown. Would love to just drop this red in, and in it goes. So superb stuff.
53.
And now it's a case of trying to maximise the break, because it could come into the equation.
Yeah, well, I think we can safely say that first match is not going to contribute to the high break standings.
70. $72.
Northern Ireland, of course, has long historically been a hotbed of snooker, but it's a sign of the changing times that there are now as many Polish players on tour as there are Northern Irish. So that's just a sign of the way that the game has spread in terms of interest in Europe.
$75.
So 97 on for Brown. That's a pretty good target.
79.
He looks confident. And as you say, this is a big session for him. If he can win both his matches, then he's really looking good with Bingham already defeated, because he plays Bingham last.
$90.
So a very strong start from Jordan Brown. A lovely clearance of 97.
97
A much swifter frame than the ones we saw in the previous match. He leads Maciej Baranowski 1-0. Table 2, Alan Taylor 2-0 up on Ben Mertens. Of course, he's already lost. In fact, they both lost. Mertens at the table here, 15 in front. Desperately now trying to scramble a point. But in terms of winning the group, it's looking very unlikely for him. Of course, we did almost have a scenario last week with Oliver Lyons could have won a group on 4 points, but you need so many things to happen in your favour.
29.
Mertens, one of the three strong Belgian contingent with Luca Brissell and Julien Leclerc.
And Dave, you're mentioning quite correctly all of these countries with a trio of players on tour, and that's why the next addition to the calendar, the next new addition, could well be the World Cup. I think if that was revived, it would be a real success with 3-man teams as opposed to 2, as they were the last few times it was played. And there would be plenty of competitive sides in it.
So Merton's looking good to win this frame. We'll let you know, but because Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has that. But here we go. Baranowski had a couple of chances early in that last frame, but wasn't to be. And Jordan Brown, a very solid 97 clearance to win it. Yes, it'd be good to see the World Cup back for sure. As long as it was a credible World Cup, as you say, with a format people could follow and teams that, as you say, were well represented rather than just... I don't think 2 is a team, is it? It's a doubles partnership, so 3 would be ideal.
Yeah, and it provides the perfect format, basically, if you want a single table situation. Just have 3-man teams all playing each other, best of 9 in a knockout. The World Cup was very popular in the 80s when the game was nowhere near as international. In fact, they struggled for sides to such an extent that there was a rest of the world team in there, whatever that means. Got to the final, almost won it. Lost on a respotted black to England.
Yeah, and also the first World Team Cup. There weren't enough Scottish professionals for a Scottish team, which seems incredible considering the success that their players went on to have in subsequent years.
Yeah, by 1996, when they won the World Cup in Bangkok, Thailand, Scotland were known as the Dream Team. From talk of dreams to nightmares, Ben Mertens missed a red across the top cushion when he was on the verge of winning the 3rd frame. Alan Taylor now has an absolutely brilliant chance of clearing up to make it 3-0. We've seen so much snooker in the Championship League, Dave and I. You do get discrepancies in how long the sessions take on each table, but I don't think I've ever seen a situation where all 3 matches are over on one table and there's 1 match over and 1 frame complete in the next match on the other. That's what's going to happen here, it seems, because Taylor, okay, he's trailing by 17 points, but the colours are on the spots. Everything hunky-dory.
Yeah, and 3-0, of course, with the frames. Will depend on what he does in his next match with Liam Graham, but he's in the mix there, Alan. Be in the commentary box tomorrow, either way. But Ben Mertens, there's no way back from here, losing his first 2. Well, he's taken these well, Alan Taylor. So the black for a 3-0 win. And that will be the first session done on table 2. disappointing session, clearly, for Ben Mertens.
You might think, well, why don't they put the third match of the day that's scheduled for Table 1 over on Table 2 now to ease the backlog? But you can't do that because matches 2 and 3 both feature Jordan Brown.
His concern is the red left of the pink, leaving that on.
Well, what a good pot that was. Another one needed here. Ultra thin clip. So much so that there was no way really it was viable. Well, I thought that the red we've just seen to middle from Baranovsky was good. That was even better. Clever as well, because he couldn't really leave a lot apart from the one he went for. And he knew with the yellow where it was that he'd be on it. Well, so far so good. Very good, in fact, for Jordan Brown.
3.
Well, self-evidently, it's not finished on a red, and of course the red near the pocket now. Got to be mindful of not leaving that on.
Conditions here actually for a possible situation where they could be tip-tapping, although if Brown can find some way of going back into baulk and achieving guaranteed cover, that's the way forward. Well, he played the plant, actually, but it turned out to be a very lucky shot. Day 13 of the BetVictor Championship League. But it's not been unlucky for Jordan Brown there. I suppose, Dave, you could say he was rewarded for moving the frame ahead by, at the very least, trying to remove the red over the pocket.
Yeah. And, you know, these little bits of running often come from a player trying to make something happen. That wouldn't have happened if he'd just tapped into the pack, is the point, I suppose.
Brown. Jordan Brown 10.
Not the best shot there from Brown. Well wide of the mark.
Well, he's apologising, so he assumes he's not left this red. Doesn't look like he has. Wouldn't be easy anyway.
Just thinking, you know, I was saying before about Brown finishing the season 64th in the rankings. There must have been so many different permutations going through his mind. He must have been trying to catch up with all the results that affected him. And in the end, he was just about okay. That's what a difference a day makes. When it comes to the rankings, what a difference a place makes. Snooker is very popular in Poland, but when it comes to cue sports, their best is definitely pool. Some really good players from that part of the world, far too numerous to mention actually, but the likes of Wojciech Szewczyk, Viktor Zielinski, and so many others are really, really good.
Well, this is a dangerous table now. Reds everywhere. Big frame-winning break beckons for whoever can get in. Baranovsky just working out a safe spot for the cue ball. Little tap on the table from Jordan Brown. He played it well. Oh, what a terrific pot that was from Jordan Brown. You've got to be so accurate to the middles. You've got to be accurate to all the pockets. What a pot this is. Cue ball on the baulk cushion. Now, as I say, the Reds, you couldn't ask for them to be in better spots, really. Made a 97 clearance in the first frame, so what a chance for 2-0.
Yeah, frames so far in which we've seen 3 superb middle pocket efforts. 2 from Brown, 1 from Baranovsky. But this should be the most fruitful.
Yeah, I mean, Baranovsky played a good shot, I think, to get the cue ball where it was, considering where the Reds were. But what a pot from Brown. But now needs to... OK, he's done the difficult thing. He's now got to do the more straightforward thing, which is just keep control of this cue ball, keep potting. Of course, he's grown up, Jordan Brown, hearing all about Alex Higgins and Dennis Taylor, the 2 world champions from Northern Ireland. Ooh. But having got himself in a golden position, he misses that. Wow. When you consider, Phil, the red he potted to that pocket.
I know, it doesn't make sense, does it? I'm sure Baranovsky very pleasantly surprised to be back at the table so quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say that Alex and Dennis, 50 years at the Crucible, we've been so many wonderful moments. Possibly, you could argue, the 2 most iconic was applied by them. Alex with, of course, his baby daughter Lauren in 82, and Dennis, of course, the black, the wagging finger in 85.
Yeah, of course, going back to our earlier discussion about a World Cup revival, they were on a World Cup team that created immense controversy and huge headlines when they had a fallout. Well, I think that's unfair to Dennis, actually, when Higgins behaved badly. Let's put it that way.
Well, let's not be coy. He threatened to have him shot. I mean, they're on the same team. A fallout is one way of putting it.
Yeah, I was just being diplomatic, Dave, Apparently Dennis was at Wimbledon yesterday.
Yeah, he was there with Ken Doherty. Now, this is a chance, I'm sure, Baranovsky was not expecting to get, certainly not so quickly.
because of an intervening ball. Not sure where to place the rest here. From the extended rest to the conventional rest, but again, not fully comfortable. Well, the little nudge on the black wasn't planned, but it's not too bad at all. It's buffered the cue ball, and that's why it's still on the pink. No contact on black. Position there might have been lost.
$25.
Well, Jordan Brown's got a feel these should have been his, and that's why Baranowski will be doubly determined to make sure that they're not, that there isn't a way back for Brown. Oh, well, he had the extra length on the cue, but he still expected him to pot that.
Well, I mentioned he was a coach of renown. There, he didn't practice what he no doubt preached. He was totally off balance, and he was jabbing at the pink. And that's why an easy ball went astray.
One.
So Brown does get another chance after all.
Unusually silent in the arena, obviously. It's a tournament that's played behind closed doors, but normally you hear the sound of balls being potted from the other table. If you're just joining us, table 2 is over for the session. Table 1 really lagging behind because of an ultra marathon in terms of snooker in our first match on this table. Mark Joyce beating Stuart Bingham 3-1 well over 3 hours after they began.
$16. $17.
Well, how close can he get to this red? Oh, just off the baulk line.
Pink.
Yeah, the pink offers the slightly tougher pot, but the much better angle.
Yeah, he's done as well as he could do, I think. 17 points in front.
23.
So this does feel like the key ball, really.
Yeah, the good thing from Brown's perspective, doesn't have to do a great deal with the cue ball, just stun it in, he'll be on the yellow. But he didn't catch hold of the cue ball, so Instead, he has a lengthier brown to a distant pocket that can be rattled quite easily. You heard Brown tut even before the Brown went past the blue spot. He missed that by a mile. So Baranowski, 18 behind, needs all the colours.
Yeah, Brown's hope actually is the Brown, I think, where it is in terms of getting on it off the green, then back for the blue.
2.
Yeah, he didn't get on it great, did he?
Yeah, not great in the sense he has a tough pot, but also position on the blue is very much compromised. Hence the safety.
Baranowski 5.
Well, it's 3:15 now local time, so I think it's fair to say that the two sessions today on table 1 will be going into each other. No break between them. That was really nicely done, and this snooker is more troublesome than the previous.
Follow miss, też Baranowski 7.
If ever a ball was going back, this is it.
Nod of the head from Jordan Brown, but it doesn't make the shot any more straightforward.
Follow miss, też Baranowski 4. Free ball.
Yeah, the referee quite correctly saying that it is a free ball, but it's of no consequence. The cue ball is going to be replaced again. So Brown's had 2 good chances here to double his lead. One a missed red to middle with the table at his mercy. And then a missed Brown when he didn't play the best positional shot off the last red.
Coming a different way, but same result.
Falling miss. Turbanovsky 4.
Yeah, so when they arrived on the colours, Baranovsky needed all of them. Now, being 2 points ahead, he won't need the black for what it's worth, and by the end of this snooker, he could be in an even more favourable position.
This side? I think it was on the left side. No, no. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Not as much. Okay. Fraction that way, because I could definitely get
That way. That way.
Slightly this way. Yeah. Yeah, that's good, yeah.
Well, they've worked it all out between them. Let's see if he can hit it on attempt number 4. No is the answer.
Falling miss. Turbanovsky 4.
Yeah, so 1 ball fewer for Baranovsky to pot now. He just needs brown and blue. And where the blue is, that might be a help. In the end, a very acceptable outcome for Brown. Although he could be back in trouble soon. In fact, immediately. Very well weighted cue ball. So the Brown escape just gave him a really brief reprieve. Can't be too displeased about that. Undercut the Brown, which was a tricky shot in fairness. So Brown needs brown, blue and pink.
Well, that kiss nearly helped him land on the blue, but not quite. But he can now get Baranovsky in some difficulty here, in behind this black. Well, it's a big chance missed, really. He'd be disappointed, I think, with that. If he gets in behind the black, you know, it could have been a frame-winning shot, actually. So another tight frame on this table today.
Well, that was an absolute shocker, and where the two balls have come to rest, you've got to say Baranovski's been lucky. Could have left the blue much easier than this. Baranovski leads by 2 points, but they might as well be level. They both need blue and pink. And Brown just giving up on this. Might be one of those shots here where he comes off the top cushion with a lot of side to leave the cue ball where the blue is now. Well, theoretically, the pot on the blue is on. But of course, when you need the pink in addition, how can you get even remotely close to it? The more pace you put into the blue, the less chance of potting it. Yeah, not surprised Brown didn't see the value in the pot. There wasn't any. Well, Dave, it's been a session of lengthy frames, and this is another.
Yeah, and they all count, of course, and Jordan Brown can get to 2-0. Potential to win the match if he can win this frame. Baranovski, though, if he wins it, of course, it's still possible he gets 3 points.
Hit that blue so badly, and he's actually been fortunate, Brown, because this is, again, one of those shots where there's no point in going for it.
Well, he was watching that blue with some concern, but it's run to the cushion. So a 39-minute frame. The average frame time in the first match was 48 minutes.
Yeah, no renowned speedsters in this group. Obviously, Bingham can rattle through frames because he can score so heavily, but I think it's going to be a long day. Oh, as Brown jumps up, he thought the cue ball deviated off course there.
Yeah, I think it did. And now, of course, the danger is here. You sort of overcompensate second time around.
Yeah, the 5 penalty points made no difference in the sense that Baranovski still needs blue and pink, but of course now Brown needs the black as well.
Yeah, he didn't risk playing it slow again, but it's finished a dream, actually. So this frame, still in the balance. Something about this table today, nothing's coming easy.
Yeah, following Brown's example from a little earlier, playing the old kick and stick shot. And look at the distance between object ball and cue ball, pretty much maximum distance. Brown's up against it here.
Wow, what a result. What a result that is. He's got the cover with the pink. Baranowski turns away with a concerned look on his face. But this is by no means simple. I thought he would pot the blue, but I also knew he was leaving guaranteed mid-distance from the pink. That's what I was talking about in terms of the simplicity of the shot being not there. Never thought he'd miss the blue. .44 minutes now, this frame. Yeah, quite often in the Championship League you see whole matches over in that time. Losing this frame would be hard to take for whoever is defeated, especially Baranowski. Well, they've been a long time on this blue.
Well, normally double kisses are to be avoided like the plague. But this one has worked out a treat. Well, from Baranovski's perspective.
Well, what is going on this table today? Well,
Final miss, Baranovski 5.
just needs the blue now for one each. 12 in front. .47-minute frame. Yeah, he was concerned about the in-off, but he's avoided it. Now then,
5.
just try and make sure of this pink, because the black's actually in a good spot for a snooker. So just roll the pink in, and it's one apiece. He'll be delighted.
11.
The frame very much in the balance, and Jordan Brown had chances to win it for sure. Remember, he was in early on. The balls were really nicely positioned. Mr. Red to left middle. And guaranteed 2 more frames because Baranovski pots blue, pink and black. And it is 1 each.
In the scheme of things, Dave, it was quite unusual there that Baranovski knocked in that black because the job had been done.
Well, of course, table 2, they've all got their feet up upstairs, no doubt eating the cuisine. And this is the position, and it is clearly very tight so far because we've got 3 players on 3 points. Alan Taylor has played a match more than Joey Long and Liam Graham. They're up at 4:30. Ben Merton's out of it, though, having lost his first 2. Joey Long, the top seed, he beat Alan Taylor 3-1. Liam Graham beat Mertens 3-1. Taylor beat Mertens 3-0. So at the moment, it's a 3-horse race in terms of finishing top. The last match will be Joey Long against Ben Mertens later. So it's kind of in Joey Long's hands, you feel. These are the matches that we will be enjoying in the second session. Of course, we haven't finished the first session yet on table 1, but table 2 are getting on with it. Joey Long has 2 matches there and looking to keep this run going for first and second seeds in all but one of the groups they've won through to the next phase. One of those days, though, Phil, on table 1, and it might be a midnight oil job later.
Absolutely, yeah, wow. And also, it's not just the fact that the exchanges have been slow. The maximum number of frames played in match 1 and the maximum number of frames will be played in match 2 as well. If you get a 3-0, that can lubricate the wheels, as it were. Yeah, you were mentioning about the top seeds and the success they're having. We've had 24 completed groups so far in the tournament, and 17 of those groups have been won by the top seed. 6 groups won by the second seed, and the only exception, well, no third seeds have been successful. Bottom seeds winning the group, just the one, Dean Young.
Yeah, and we've only got, after today, 3 more days of the first stage, so it may well be the only one. We've got some big hitters coming in. Serge Way tomorrow, Jack Lazowski on Wednesday, Zhao Xingtong, one of the biggest hitters of all, on Thursday. So it would seem a surprise if those players didn't win their groups. Of course, the money goes up as you go along, so you're guaranteed 4,000 by getting through to stage 2, 3,000 for winning the group, a guaranteed 1 in 4th place, but the money goes up, and eventually it's 20,000 for the winner. That'll be a week on Wednesday, plus 13,000 they would have won along the way, so 33,000 in total in terms of the prize money. That translates to ranking points as well, 10,000 for the runner-up. But of course, as we know, in stage 1, the one place you don't want to finish is in 4th because you get nothing at all.
The winner of the group we're watching on table 1, it's Group 11. They go into Group F in the second phase, which is being played a week today. Awaiting them there, Jack Jones and Chang Bing Yu, plus one other player to be determined. As for Group 13, which is being played on Table 2 today, well, the winner of that will go into Group D and join Julian Boyko, Scott Donaldson and Nopon Sankon.
Yeah, it seems like a while since we've seen some of those names you mentioned, but anyway, we'll be seeing them again. And right now, we'll be seeing 2 more frames of Jordan Brown against Maciej Baranowski. It's 1 each.
Brown is going to try and forget the second frame. Could have won it on more than one occasion. The shot that will haunt him the most, when he was right in amongst the balls, they were all open, and he missed a red to middle. Quite a straightforward red. Well, I was mentioning that no third seeds have been successful so far in one of these groups. Maybe Baranowski will buck the trend. That's one of the issues with tight pockets. Not just knocking them in directly, but that fluke you see quite often when a ball rattles in one top corner pocket and shoots across the table into the opposite. They just won't go.
Well, Jordan Brown looked so confident making that 97 clearance in frame 1, but the confidence clearly dented by what happened in the second. Had he won the frame when he had the chance early on, when the balls were everywhere, you know, you'd massively favour him to win 3-0, but that didn't happen, and then we had a lengthy standoff before, of course, he eventually lost the frame.
Yeah, there's no room for any kind of error whatsoever on that kind of shot when you're hitting the red so hard. They have to be right into the heart of the pocket to be accepted.
It's a Brucey bonus for Jordan Brown there. And he's on the blue. What a fluke that was. And I tell you what, it's a good job it went in because the red went over the left corner. So he would have left that for sure. So can he now make something from that big slice of fortune?
Six.
Yeah, flukes are only as impactful as the player makes them.
Seven.
Just called that red a little thicker than he wanted to. That's why the cue ball hasn't danced out of the zone. So thin on black, thin on the obvious ball here, pink. And that means he's running into potential difficulties, but he's okay. He avoided the red that was very close to the pink.
13.
Should make a few here, really should. And there we see it. The way today's gone, what did I say that, Dave? By the way, don't know whether you've noticed, there's been a change of referees. Andrew Barklam has come out in a helping role.
They're all doing their bit, aren't they?
Wow.
But, I mean, what a mistake that was, really. I mean, he was nicely in.
Mateusz Baranowski, 4.
And he hasn't even hit that red. Good to see the referees working in tandem. Just to say, I've been in here since 11 o'clock, but, you know, I'm not making a big thing of it.
By saying you're not making a big thing of it, you're making a big thing of it.
Just information. Oh, another one's gone in.
Well, it's luck of the Northern Irish. Wow. 2 flukes in very quick succession. He didn't capitalise on the first. What about number 2?
Well, maybe we should call him Golden Brown after those 2 flukes.
Eleven. 12.
Throughout the tournament, these tables have been reactive. Jordan Brown discovering that there, screwing back for the blue easily. In fact, over-screwing.
Yeah, the tables have been recovered during the weekend. Obviously, he didn't play on them last week, so it didn't really make any difference to him, but they are reactive, certainly.
14.
Yeah, you would have thought with a newly recovered table that the pockets on what is effectively day one on the cloth would play a little more generously, but that's not been the case. They've been tight from session one, day one.
Well, it's chance number 2 for Jordan Brown
50.
to take the lead. It's a big session for him. It was a long wait to get on the table, but if he can get out of this, you're looking really... Obviously, you want to win both matches, but for at least 4 points from the 2 matches, then you know you go into the last match able to win the group. I say that, of course, he does play Mark Joyce next. That'll be an important one because
21.
Joyce won against Bingham. So he's in good shape as well.
22. $28.
Well, he's back to looking confident again.
29.
Got a great practice base, of course, in Antrim alongside Mark Allen and various others, but that didn't go to plan, that shot.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad pace. That was about the fact he hit the pink a little too thick. Struggled in, actually. So this is the pocket that caused him angst in frame 2 when he missed a very easy one.
$36.
No problems this time, although weaving the cue ball in and out of balk might be problematic. Just missed all collisions.
41. $42.
The break goes to 42. The lead goes to 59. So this box standard pink is frame ball.
Yes, and make sure of the red as well, because we've seen already today what can happen if you don't kill frames off clinically. So,
49.
after losing that quite bruising second frame, Jordan Brown still with the chance to take the 3 points from this match. And of course he's seen the top seed Stuart Bingham lose, so playing Bingham last, he'll know exactly what the position is.
54.
And wants to be in the position, of course, to still win the group. Every ranking point he can muster this season is going to be valuable as he battles to keep his tour card again. But, of course, one good week in an event and those worries can go away. And he's had a good week before, as we know. Not just the Welsh Open, he got to the semis also of the International Championship out in China. Those points came off last season, so obviously that didn't help his ranking.
61. $62.
And still a chance here to make an even bigger break than the one he put together in the opening frame.
$69.
Yeah, nicely done. So, like you say, possible century on. And he'll have the 2 highest breaks in this group so far.
Yeah, highest break in the first match, which was painfully slow. 57 from Joyce.
79.
Jordan Brown has made 80 career centuries, 8 last season. His highest break 142. Done well here because it was a difficult frame to lose, that second, but he stayed positive. He had a little bit of luck here and there as well. A couple of flukes have helped.
$91.
But in the end, a quality break from the Northern Irishman. Black for 104 clearance. So a second frame-winning contribution from Jordan Brown. He leads 2-1 and thus needs one more frame to collect the 3 points from this match. And of course he will stay on either way to play Mark Joyce in the last match of the session, although of course it's going to overrun into the next session, which is due to start in about half an hour's time. Clearly that's not going to be the case, as the 2 players leave the arena between frames. Andrew Barklam, referee coming in today, has stepped in here to give the other guys a little break before the afternoon session.
So this is what's happened so far. Table 2, much quicker. Joey Long, he made a break of 86. That was the highlight of his 3-1 win over Alan Taylor. Then Liam Graham from Scotland, he beat Ben Mertens 3-1, and the miserable time for Mertens continued when he subsequently was beaten 3-0 by Alan Taylor. As for Table 1, well, the story was that Mark Joyce-Stuart Bingham match early. Bingham, a former winner of the Championship League, former world champion. Well, he lost 3-1 in a match where the average frame time was over 3/4 of an hour. There was one especially lengthy affair that lasted over 70 minutes. Now Jordan Brown 2-1 up on Baranovsky, and Brown, as Dave said, will remain out there at the conclusion of this frame to take on Joyce in what could be a really big match. The way things have gone in this session, Dave, Brown-Joyce could determine who wins the group.
Absolutely, yeah, it's going to be a big match, that, and I'm sure Stuart Bingham wants to see them draw. Of course, Brown hasn't won this one yet, but as ever, early in the group, it's still all to play for. There's the table as it stands. Bingham, of course, at the bottom right now. Mark Joyce and well, Jordan Brown hasn't quite won this match yet, but he would be on 3 points if he did. We'll see, but as I say, every frame, and that's the thing, you know, a long frame, a scrappy frame, ultimately will still count the same as a century, albeit highest breaks, of course, can come into it. And Jordan Brown has just made 104 clearance.
By the way, Dave, on another topic, we're expecting some news this week that will interest fans. The qualifying draws for 3 tournaments. The new Shenzhen Open, the English Open and the British Open.
Yeah, a big week coming up after the Championship League for players involved in those qualifiers, because by the end of that there will have been 6 tournaments started, obviously only 1 completed. But if you're out of all of them, then suddenly your season's not looking so good. Of course, top 16 not involved in any of that. There have been top 16 players in this, but most of them we'll see for the first time at the Shanghai Masters at the end of the month.
Not quite as brutal as 1992, when they played all of the qualifiers in the summer, including the World Championship. So the vast majority of players involved in world ranking tournaments, their season was over by mid-September. Can you imagine, Dave, now playing the qualifying competition for the World Championship 7 months before it began?
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. It was nearer the previous World Championship than the one they were playing for, but I suppose the problem was because there were 700 professionals, they just had so many matches to play. Of course, by the time the Crucible rolled around, a lot of the people who qualified had no form at all. Now, of course, the qualifying ends on the Wednesday and the Crucible starts on the Saturday. It's the complete opposite. Well, he seemed to strike that well, but it's not in, so Baranovsky then got to get going here, really, you would think, if he's going to mount any challenge to take the point. And bearing in mind how well Brown played in the 2 frames he won, it'd be a good result, I think, if he could get a 2-2 draw here.
Mentioned this before, but worth re-airing in both the China Open and Wuhan Open qualifiers. Baranovsky made a century break.
Eight.
Not the first time the referee has been called into action today to clean the cue ball. Used to happen all the time, of course, every few shots way back when, but now with the new chalk and the basic eradication of kicks,
16.
the referee's job has been a little easier in that regard.
Yeah, most players now do use the town finish chalk, which is all but eradicated kicks. The odd player still uses the old stuff, and when they play, it's so noticeable when you see the chalk marks on the table, which is what we always used to see. And we got so used to it, we kind of didn't notice them, but now you do notice them a lot more, and I know that some players almost sort of want the old chalk banned.
Yeah, funnily enough, I was
25.
Upstairs having a chat with some players the other day, and I asked them the question, how many players do you know on tour who don't use the Taum? And with all of their combined knowledge, they were struggling to name more than a couple.
$30.
Well, so far so good for Maciej Baranovsky. He's going to have to open a few reds up, though, at some point here.
38.
Extension on the cue, extension with the rest.
$39. $44. $45.
Well, he's looking at getting into the reds here, I think. You're going to need to get a couple out into the open. So this shot could decide things in this frame and this match. It's pretty good, I think.
52.
He would love the red on the bottom of the cluster to go. The one to middle provides an obvious alternative, but if the one on the bottom of the cluster goes, that frees up at least one more.
$53.
Yeah, definitely should win the frame from here now.
Yeah, and a chance actually to beat Jordan Brown's high break. I mean, first things first, win the frame, but if we're going to start having draws in this group, then that could come into it. So let's see. He's in a great position to take a point from this match.
$60.
And this is a really good finish, assuming he does close it out. The frame he won early was a bit of a scramble, let's be honest, but this is much cleaner.
$61.
Blue, red colour needed.
$66. $67.
He was looking as though he might just clip the green there, which could have been harmful, but the white skirted that. And now it looks like a one-visit frame from Baranowski. Certainly if he pots the brown in one more red.
71.
Got quite a strange expression on his face when he plays as Baranovsky, and there might be a frown now because
71.
the frame is not over. Brown will be interested here. 4 reds, 4 blacks get the snooker in behind the pink.
One.
Yes, we've already seen today, if you don't kill the frames off cleanly, you can come back to bite you big time.
8.
It's come back to bite you, Dave.
No.
Yeah, pot 2 of these 3 reds with blacks, and then
60.
whichever one is left, whichever red is left, there's the facility to get the snooker in behind the pink. I would say that Brown would like to leave the left hand of the 2 reds on the table because that's closest to the pink. But surely he'll play that left-handed red now, or left-hand red, because it's the easier pot.
$25.
Now here, all about getting very nicely on the red to nestle in behind the pink as much as he possibly can. Get right up behind it. Maybe put the red close to a ball colour as well to compound Baranovsky's problems.
$32. Jordan Brown, 32.
Well, he didn't get close to a ball colour because he couldn't afford to hit the red too hard. But has he taken the right-hand cushion away from Baranovsky? If the Polish player doesn't have a simple one-cushion escape, this could be a really tough one. Well, he did have the one cushion. So Brown 39 behind, 35 on. He needs 1 4-point penalty snooker, then red, black in all the colours to force a respotted black. And Dave, that works.
Well, this is dicey, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher. Andrew Barklam, the referee, already in position at the bulk end, in case it's a tight run thing between red and brown. Good hit, though.
And if you're just joining us, you might assume this is the the last match of the session. It is not. There's one more to come. Jordan Brown against Mark Joyce. And if Brown could possibly escape this frame by winning it after requiring a snooker, he would go into that match full of beans. The remaining balls not badly placed for snookers. And all of this nervous energy being expended by Baranowski because he missed the simple red on a break of 71, which would definitely have sealed it. I'll change simple to relatively straightforward. But it was a ball he should have potted.
Well, he has potted that one, much more difficult, but that should be that now. 40 in front on the colours. Can't see Jordan Brown carrying on. And you've got to say, if Stuart Bingham is going to win this group, this is a good result for him as well, the fact they've sort of cancelled each other out in this one. Of course, he lost his first match to Mark Joyce, so Mark Joyce even more delighted. But there is the handshake, so 2-2 it's finished between Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski. But as Phil said, a long way to go in this group. That's only match 2. Jordan Brown stays on. In 5 minutes' time, he will play Mark Joyce.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
To say the least, it has been a lengthy session here at the BetVictor Championship League. By this time of the day, we expect to have 3 matches complete. That's been the case on Table 2. They'll be starting their second session shortly. But here on Table 1, well, only 2 matches in the books so far. 1 more to go. Jordan Brown, after that 2-all draw with Matthias Baranowski, looking to gain a victory over Mark Joyce and to propel himself to the top of the table. What we can guarantee now, absolutely no doubt whatsoever, is that there won't be a break in sessions. We go from match 3 to match 4 seamlessly after this. So joining me for this one is Ben Wollaston, and amidst all of the talk of the slow first match, the fact remains Mark Joyce won it 3-1, and if he were to win this, thanks very much.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have preferred a faster match, but as you say, if Mark Joyce wins this match, puts himself in a very strong position, and I'm pretty sure he don't mind how long it goes on. He'll just be happy if he can win the group.
Yeah, if Joyce can get to 6 points, that means that the only person who could deny him would be Matthias Baranowski, it would seem, although Bingham could win his last 2 matches and get to 6 points as well. And there's someone in this commentary box who knows that you can get 6 points in a group and not win it, not even finish second. We had a group last week where Ben Wollaston was involved, where 3 players finished on 6 points, and it was all about the high breaks, and it was Nopon Sankam who got the verdict.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know, sometimes 4 points, 5 points can win you the group, but we were all so tight, me, Liam Davis and Nopon Sankam, and it's just the way it goes.
What a kiss. Red nudging cue ball into baulk. What a kiss. We were just talking about what the situation would be if Joyce got the win here. Well, if Brown got the win, or indeed it was a draw, then Stuart Bingham's chances would be significantly revitalised. They've played each other 3 times before, Brown and Joyce. All on massive occasions, actually. Twice in the UK Championship, once in the World Championship. Brown leads 2-1. But the first scoring opportunity here falls to Joyce.
One. Eight. Mark Joyce 8.
He'll be disappointed he only made 8 from there, but I think the only good thing for him is he's covered that red that he missed.
What makes the lateness of this group so incredible, really, is that throughout the first 12 days of the tournament, we've had no scheduling issues whatsoever. It's all changed on day 13. Yeah, we've had every single day until today gaps between the 2 sessions. I think the latest finish we've had is just after 9:30 local time. Well, that might be challenged today.
Yeah, I think it'd have to go pretty quick to finish by 9:30 at the moment.
Well, I think now we can say that was a good kiss. It was debatable until the last roll. He looked good at times against Matthias Baranowski, breaks of 97 and 104. The frame that will really get under his skin was the second. He had 2 good chances and wasted both.
He's a bit thinner on these 2 reds to both middle pockets, so just got to control the white.
5.
That's pretty good.
That, though, was a pressure ball because Brown knew if he knocked that in, he'd be very much in.
One.
Can't confirm the second session of Table 2 has begun. Joe Long against Liam Graham, and it's the youngster from Scotland who has first chance in the opening frame.
Six. Seven. $13.
Joyce, his 6th in the Q School Order of Merit, so not just getting into this, but also he played in the China Open qualifiers. He beat Wang Xinbo 6-3 first up. Good win that. Made a 112 break to clinch, but then lost out 6-1 to Michael Holt. Joyce didn't pot a single ball in the first 3 frames. Holt was clearly in fine form, and in that match he made a 147 break.
Yeah, which was a bit surprising that it was Michael's first 147 of his career. You know, you can't guarantee 147s, but someone as good as Michael and professional that long, you'd have just expected him to have already made one.
When Brown missed the black off the spot, he must have anticipated it would cost him.
$22. $23. 39. $30. 36. 37.
Ben, what began as a good chance is now definitely a frame winner.
42.
45 in front. 4 or 5 more pots and the first frame will fall to the man who won the opening match of the day.
43.
Yeah, so he just needs his red for Jordan
48.
to need a snooker, but I think he'll want a colour and an extra red with what happened in his first match.
$49.
Yeah, tantalisingly needed one more red to make absolutely sure of the frame. But in fairness,
56.
Brown, 59 behind, 51, needs a couple of snookers.
Joyce 56.
Turns 43 next month, does Mark Joyce. And I think Jordan Brown's just gifted him the opening frame.
One. Six in the frame.
Brown concedes. You know, missing blacks off the spot at this level, never recommended. That's what Brown did, and he was made to pay. Mark Joyce leads 1-0. Yeah, it's a while ago now, but Mark Joyce had a really good junior and amateur career. He won the English Open, the English Amateur Championship, actually, beating Martin O'Donnell in the final, and he was the European Under-19 champion, as we see a little snippet of the action on table 2, where Zhou Yulong went 24-0 down in the first frame to Liam Graham, but now he's ahead, the top seed in the group.
Yeah, I remember I was actually at that tournament that Mark Joyce won that European Under-19. I think it was in Germany, and he beat David Donovan in the final from Wales. I think it was I remember it because it was my first tournament abroad. I was about 12 or 13.
Did you do any good?
I don't think so. I remember I lost to David John, another player from Wales, but I didn't expect much. You know, it was just experience, really. So.
If you want to see table 2 throughout the day, throughout the rest of the tournament, simply access the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We'll keep you updated as well. Now they're back to table 1, where you would think Jordan Brown has to win the next 3 frames to remain in contention to top this group.
Don't normally want the double kiss, but it's likely to be safe unless Jordan's tempted by this tricky red along the cushion.
Still restless.
This is Brown's 6th frame on this table. But you pros, Ben, you can get the vibe straight away when it comes to how a table's playing, and Brown knows these pockets give you nothing.
Yeah, all the players I've spoke to over the last couple of weeks have said they've noticed the difference in the pockets to previous seasons.
Be interesting to see whether the pockets play like this when we're back here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester in November for the Champion of Champions. So, having won the first frame, primarily with a break of 56, Mark Joyce has a really good chance early in frame 2.
1. Eight. Joyce 8.
That will be a source of relief for Brown. I think, Ben, it's fair to say, strange day so far for Brown. He's made breaks of 97 and 104, but it's been mixed, his form, I think.
Six. Jordan Brown, 6.
Oh dear, he was on the walk, he thought he potted it.
Yeah, in this match so far, Mark Joyce is just, he's not having to work for any chance. He's just been let in by Jordan's mistakes really so far.
One.
Little tickle off the green there would have been nice to keep the wide ball more centrally. Good pot that though, very good. As I mentioned earlier, Dean Young, who was off the Q School top-up list, won a group. Maybe Mark Joyce, also with amateur status at the moment, could do the same.
6.
Amateur in name only, though. This is a man who's come close to winning a couple of professional events. 2008. He almost won the Masters qualifying tournament, losing to Judd Trump in the final. And then in 2019, out in Latvia, he was runner-up in the Riga Masters to Jan Bingtao.
11. Twelve. 19. 20. 25.
25. Well, he missed the red, and I think another one was on course for the middle pocket, but there was not enough pace in it for Joyce to enjoy the fluke. we can't overstate the importance of the day for Joyce, because the number of starts he's going to get on the tour this season is going to be limited, even though 6th on the Q School Order of Merit gives him a certain degree of hope. But if he were to win this group, that would be £4,000 guaranteed, £3,000 for winning the group, and then a minimum of £1,000 for appearing in the second phase, with the potential to win much more. So yeah, it's a really important couple of matches coming up for Joyce. This one and the next finishes off against Matthias Baranowski in match 5. With this format in these groups, if you lose your first match, or indeed you draw your first match, the prospect of elimination stares you in the face in the second. That's what Brown is going through right now.
Caught that safety a bit wrong, so that's why he's pushed a red near this black pocket.
Brown's potting from distance hasn't been the best, but his luck there has been. when Brown missed the red, I think Joyce could confidently expect to have something on. Nothing at all. Oh, and that compounds things, although the green does provide cover.
I think he might have to sort of play an in-off shot. So the red near the pink spot, play off that and try and pot the red that's near the pocket.
Brush up your billiards, Jordan. That's my advice. The current world billiards champion is a gentleman called David Corsier, who's absolutely dominant in that game, and he would have snapped all that shot up absolutely like it was second nature.
Yeah, if it had just hit that slightly harder, it would have hit the red. It would have come off at a wider angle. He was close. But yeah, I just think he needed to sit slightly firmer to pot that red.
1.
Don't know whether you've seen David Corsier play, Ben, but he's an absolute wizard at billiards. Simply brilliant.
I've only actually ever watched live one billiards match, and that was the world final of Mike Russell and Geet Sethi. That was at Leeds, the Northern Snooker Centre, and it was amazing to watch Mike Russell play as well. But you know, I've heard great things about David Corsier, but I've not watched him play.
Yeah, Russell and Corsier from the same part of the world, the northeast of England, both absolute maestros.
Team.
Lengthy first frame on table 2. Zhou Yulong potted brown, blue, pink and black to take a 1-0 lead over Liam Graham. Zhou, you would think, is a big favourite to win that match, and if he does, he would move to 6 points, having beaten
21.
Alan Taylor 3-1 earlier. And moving to 6 points, that's what Mark Joyce wants to do. Well, he's on course right now.
$22. $28.
That tiny nudge on the reds close to the black took some juice out of the cue ball, and that's why this red is really ticklish. You see so many of these missed, but not by Joyce. He's taking his chance really well here, Ben, isn't he? When I say his chance, I don't mean this particular scoring chance. I mean thrown into the tournament as a reserve, and he's doing more than okay.
Yeah, and if he wins this match, and Stewart and Mateus was a draw, he could, I think, be through with one match to spare, which would be a dream, really.
34. $35.
Well, this frame is in the books, so at the very least he's going to obtain a 2-all draw and improve to 4 points.
Green. Joyce, 35.
Brown continuing, but he's 62 behind with 51 on, so needs 3 snookers or 1 snooker and a free ball. With a red over the pocket, Brown realises the game is up, or more accurately, the frame is up. And so Mark Joyce, he started off with a 3-1 win over Stuart Bingham. Now he finds himself 2-0 up on Jordan Brown. A good day's work so far. Over on table 2, first opportunity in frame 2 falls to Zhou Yulong. But he didn't make anything, and when Liam Graham got back to the table, it was ditto.
One. Eight. Nine.
Not ideal. He's knocked on the door of a very big win, hasn't he, Zhou Yulong, on more than one occasion, but it's still not quite opened.
Yeah, he's definitely in the top few players, you know, in the argument for best players not to win a ranking event. But if he keeps putting himself in that position, you just think one time he's going to knock down that door and go through it. Because I feel like he's older than he is, but you have to remember, I think he first come on our screens when he was 13 or 14 as like wild card in China. So it does feel like he's been around a long time, but he's still only 27.
Yeah, well, back in, or as he misses that red, back in 2015, as a 17-year-old, he represented China B in the World Cup with Yan Bingtao, who was 15 at the time, and they won it. So yeah, he's still in his 20s. But you could see that miss was coming because in that mini break, he'd already wobbled a few balls. Liam Graham came so close to being a ranking event winner at the shootout. Missed quite an easy red, and it was Tom Ford who prevailed. And we'll see Tom Ford tomorrow, actually. He'll be on table 2.
Yeah, and that shootout was in this very building as well. So can Mark Joyce put the finishing touches to a 3-0 win
and put the cat amongst the pigeons. The only thing he's guaranteed now is that at the halfway stage of the group, he will be top of the table. Jordan Brown made such an encouraging start to today. If you weren't with us, he made a break of 97 to take a 1-0 lead over Matthias Baranowski. He was banging amongst the balls in the second frame. They were everywhere, beautifully located, and he missed a straightforward red to middle. Only drew 2-2 with Baranowski, and now he's in danger of suffering a defeat that would see him fall out of any reckoning for winning the group.
One. Six. Seven. Twelve. Thirteen.
Tell you what, Benny's looking good here.
20.
Yeah, and getting that black on the spot should make things easier for him as well.
Has beaten Brown before, first qualifying round of the World Championship actually, In 2017, he won that 10-3. The last time they played, though, Brown was in prime form. He beat Joyce 6-3 in the last 32 of the 2021 UK Championship. Very different story today.
Controlled that really nicely.
$36.
Didn't play to kiss that red, but it's worked out quite nicely.
Yeah, so steaming towards a 3-0. If that is achieved, as Ben mentioned earlier, if Stuart Bingham and Matthias Baranowski draw in the next match coming your way, then 42. Mark Joyce will be the table topper regardless of what happens in his last match.
$43.
Very different kind of match this to his first against Bingham, which was the height of scrappiness and tactics and hard match play.
$49.
News from table 2. Liam Graham has drawn level with Joey Long at 1-1.
54.
So Mark Joyce is on 54 now, so he needs 2 reds and 2 high-valued colours. Well, me and Jordan will need snookers.
55. $62.
Have to be careful with this kind of shot. But he struck it well.
63.
And you could see during this break he's grown in confidence. I think this has been a really good performance from Joyce. In fairness, he has been handed quite a few chances when Brown has missed balls.
70.
Black off the spot, a few reds from distance. But he's utilised those chances very nicely indeed.
71.
Yeah, in this frame and this break, I think it's the best he's looked so far today.
$77.
And we're getting back on schedule now. So the fourth match will begin at about 50 minutes after it should have.
Mark Joyce, 77.
Jordan Brown not coming back to the table. With a break of 77, Mark Joyce adds to his victory earlier against Stuart Bingham. His second win of the day, 3-0 over Jordan Brown. Joyce, the Q School top-up, the reserve, is in line to top the table, although things could change. Next up for you in 5 minutes' time, it is Stuart Bingham and Matthias Baranowski.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So about 50 minutes behind schedule. We are ready to start the evening session. And of course, Stuart Bingham needs a big evening session. These are the results from earlier on. Of course, he lost to Mark Joyce. We had a draw with Jordan Brown and Matthias Baranowski. And we've just seen Joyce beat Brown 3-0. You can see the scores on the other table there. Zhou Yulong and Liam Graham currently 1 each. So Bingham against Baranowski, and then Bingham ends the night against Jordan Brown. So he needs to get something out the first match to go into that last match still with a chance to win the group. Yeah, he knows he needs big improvements on that first performance. Highest break just 24. He did battle. It could have been a draw, but he was defeated. So let's see if things can improve here. He's just been on the practice table, and I think he will be determined to make it an open match. I think it was very scrappy in that first one. There weren't a lot of sort of clear-cut chances, really. His break-off shot, though, has not been good today. And again, he's caught the blue. So there's a slight issue with that.
Stuart was actually saying to me when we were having lunch about the break-off, he couldn't stop hitting the pack really thick. And what he's done the complete opposite. First shot in, he's hit it too thin.
Yeah, it's funny because I think you just assume that because it's obviously a shot that you're going to play every other frame, you don't even almost think about it, but it's not been working for him today.
Yeah, when you practice on your own table, you sort of know exactly how it reacts, and sometimes on the first day of a tournament when the cloth's really new, that's normally when you catch the break off thick and you see players leave that red in the middle pocket. So it's just telling yourself you need to hit it slightly thinner, but snooker players are quite stubborn and, you know, do their own thing.
Well, Stuart Bingham was certainly stubborn in that earlier match with Mark Joyce. Average frame time 48 minutes. As I say, I think this will be more open. That's how Baranowski likes to play as well. He did well to get that draw with Jordan Brown earlier. So he's still in the mix because he plays back-to-back. He's got Mark Joyce next. But Joyce, you've got to say, looking good at the moment. 6 points.
One.
Stuart Bingham renowned as a heavy scorer. We didn't see it in the first match.
5.
He needs to bring it out really here now.
Six.
Problem is, Mark Joyce has it in his own hands, doesn't he? You know, in that next match. Oh dear. Well, that's not going to cheer him up much. Just when that looked like that could be the start of something substantial, he misses that pink to middle.
One. Eight. Nine.
This is the first meeting between the two of them, which is no great surprise because, of course, Baranovsky on second year of his card.
$16. $17.
So I think he'll take the chance, opening a few more reds here.
$24.
Well, he's looking at a plant here to right corner to try and keep this break going. It wasn't the best result. There they are. He's got to slightly make it.
$25.
Very close to that middle pocket, but anyway, the red's in, and he continues.
$31.
Liam Graham has gone 2-1 up against Zhou Yulong, because Zhou the top seed in that group. But Liam Graham won his first match against Ben Mertens, so if he can win the next frame, then he's in a very strong position there. Plays Alan Taylor straight away after that match.
$32. $39.
So far, Mateus is punishing Stewart's simple miss really on the pink earlier on in this frame.
Got a confident manner, hasn't he, around the table? He sort of strides round, sort of looks confident.
$47.
Cue just hasn't quite come through far enough to be comfortable now. And still plenty on. There's 75 points still on the table.
Nice pot on the black, but I don't think he's on the next red. Just wanted to come a little bit further up the table with the white to be able to get to the red that's nearest the black pocket.
Bernowski 55.
Yeah, not the best end to the break either. 55. Not a great safety. He leads by 49. Could have been away there had that gone in, but not to be. It's kind of turning into a day of not to be's for Stuart Bingham. Just joining us for halfway through this group. Bingham's only played one match, but he lost it. Baranowski drew with Jordan Brown, so they're on a point apiece. But of course, Mark Joyce has won both his matches, so he's on 6. With one more to come against Baranowski.
Stuart's got the white very tight to this black cushion, so it's not easy for Mateus to get the white back to this black cushion.
Yeah, he elected to push a red safe, but he has left this chance for Bingham. missing a few today. And as I said earlier, this is not the start of the season for Bingham. He's played in qualifying already. In fact, he's qualified for the China Open, so it's not like he's been, you know, the queue's been put away for months.
Nice pot with the rest there from Mateus. Not a bad kiss on this black, so you'd think if he pots this black, he'd take this first frame.
Yeah, nicely done. Red and colour to get to the snooker's required stage, although we've seen already today you've really got to nail the frame down against Bingham. He won a frame having needed 3 snookers against Mark Joyce.
9.
So just give this pink due care and attention, and it'll be 2 snookers needed. And give this red equal attention.
15.
And surely there's no way back from there for Bingham. Well, he did have a few
16.
chances in the frame, but he's struggling badly today. There's no getting away from it. The top seed not looking the likely winner now of this group.
19.
Of course, Baranovsky can still win it. He's got
20.
1 point already. He can get to 7 with victory in this match and then against Joyce. He's won the first frame.
There's Baranovsky 20 in the frame.
Baranovsky leads Bingham 1-0, and Stuart Bingham's woes today continue. The only frame he won, as I say, he needed 3 snookers in. Of course, he will play the last match against Jordan Brown, but it may be academic by then. It will be if things don't change soon. Just a reminder, 2-1 Liam Graham against Zhou Yulong. That's the first match, of course, of the afternoon session. They started on time at 4:30. Zhou Yulong now trying to salvage the point here. But this group wide open because Alan Taylor's won a match as well. So they came in with 3 players on 3 points. I'm sure Alan Taylor would love these two to draw. Seven Chinese players already through to the second stage. Zhou Yulong trying to bolster that contingent. We've got Sergio Wei tomorrow and Jia Xingtong on Thursday, last year's world champion. He was in the Raw box at Wimbledon yesterday. Thursday he'll be at the Mattioli Arena, Leicester. What a week, eh?
37.
I know where I'd rather be, the Mattioli.
Well, that's where you are, Ben, so you got no choice. Yeah, look forward to seeing him, of course. And right now we're back to Table 1. It's the Match in Multisport YouTube channel, of course, for Table 2.
Second frame, Mateusz Baranovsky to break.
I do think Bingham is one of those players. If he's not scoring, he tends not to be winning. The game has always been built around that, and he's still not made a 30 break today.
Looks good. Mateus is just looking to see if he can get through the gap between the brown and green to get to this long red, which looks like he can.
Well, it's finished 2-2, Zhou Long and Liam Graham, so a draw leaves them both on 4 points. Liam Graham stays on to play Alan Taylor. Last match for both. Of course, Taylor's on 3 points as well, so a very tight group that. Ben Merton's the only one out of it. It's a 75 break from Zhou Long in the 4th frame. Now, can Bingham finally today get scoring in this match? He needs to.
Six. Seven. Twelve. $13.
Wasn't sure if he'd gone far enough for the pink, but by his body language, I'm pretty sure he's on this pink.
Yeah, and this is where he likes to be. Around the
9
black
cube.
spot, red's available. That's where he normally does damage. 629 career centuries after all, 9 maximum breaks.
$27. $28. $35. $36.
Well, this is more like it, as long as he continues.
43.
Apart from anything else, it just make him feel better. He loves snooker, he loves playing. Just let that cue ball just run a bit. Just a little bit of pressure on this now. Cue ball close to the side cushion, closer than it should have been. Not out the woods yet.
51.
Seen a few of these missed over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, well done. That's really good because
52.
just put himself under it slightly there, but now looking good, not only to win a frame, but to win one in one visit.
Yeah, and possibly just in time to give him some sort of chance in this group still. Because obviously even if he wins this match, he will need help from Mateus against Mark Joyce.
59.
Yeah, I mean, you can drive yourself mad looking at the permutations. We all do it, but I think it's still going to be tough for him because if you say Bingham wins this 3-1, obviously he's got to win his last match as well. But the best he can do is plus 3 frames. Well, he's missed that, so he's not won this frame yet. So we'll forget all about that because that will really annoy him. That was his best chance all day to win a frame in one visit, and it's gone wrong. And he's just missing the odd ball, isn't he, unexpectedly? You know, it happened in frame 1 when he missed that pink. He's missed that red now. But he gets another chance immediately.
One.
So just needs to find his way back on a red, and it should be 1 each.
Six.
it just went. What a difference that makes, and what a difference it will make to pot this black, because it will leave Baranowski needing snookers. So it wasn't a swift kill in terms of winning in one visit, but he got a chance immediately, and Stuart Bingham still just about in this group.
14.
He's got to win this match and his last one, preferably 3-0, you would think.
15.
May still be able to win the group. Depends, of course, on Joyce. It's in his hands because he won his first two, so a draw will be enough for him.
22. 23. 29. 30. 37.
Well, if you take out the unexpected miss to right middle, this is more to his liking, this sort of frame, just the pace of it, style of it. That red is not going to drop, but the frame is his, so Stuart Bingham has dominated the frame in the end, albeit he did break down, but he's won the frame 1-all, and as I say, still just about in this group. Of course, means we're guaranteed 2 more frames in this match. Now the next match is underway on table 2, group 13, Liam Graham and Alan Taylor. Taylor has won a match, Graham has won one and drawn one, as has Zhou Yulong. So Yulong and Graham on 4 points, Taylor on 3, but of course he's got this match to play, so he can get to 6. It's a very tight one, basically. One way or another, Zhou Yulong will have a chance if he beats Ben Mertens, more than likely to top the group, but it's one of these, you get these quite a lot, where 3 of the 4 are still in contention. Alan Taylor, like Mark Joyce, is actually the 4th seed in his group. He's a top-up, but you know, he's not really regarded as an amateur. He's been a pro a number of years. Just failed to get his card back through the Q school. Could have been better on that red, and he has missed it. So Liam Graham, former shootout runner-up, only 24 behind here. Oh wow, didn't see him missing that.
Took a bit of time over that because it wasn't quite as easy as it looked. It was quite an acute angle, but he's 25 in front. there's no reason he shouldn't win the frame from here.
Back we go to table 1. So Stuart Bingham has levelled up at 1 each. One thing he is, he's a great optimist. I remember a couple of years ago in the Invitation Championship League, because that's a 2-day group. And day 1, he started really badly, lost his first couple of matches. And then the next day came back and won the group. And he said, you know, I went to my hotel and I said to myself, you can lie on the bed and sulk and berate yourself, or you can just resolve to come back tomorrow and play better. And that's what he did. Meanwhile, lovely kiss that was for Baranowski. Good pot, though. So he's first in.
Five. Six.
Mateus underhit that off 2 cushions, so he's a lot trickier on this black than he should have been. Good recovery there.
13.
Yes, and his matches are being broadcast live in Poland on Canal Plus, so there's plenty of interest there. Of course, he's one of 3 Poles on tour, Michal Szobaczek and Anthony Kowalski, the other 2.
Just got a little flick which made it go into right into the middle of the pack, which helped split the reds.
Yeah, it looks a wonderful scoring opportunity now. And certainly if he wins this frame, then there's no way back in the group for Bingham, because of course the best he could do is a point, and thus the best he could do overall is 4. Mark Joyce already on 6. Just try and focus here and just keep nice control of the cue ball.
Three. 34. 41. $42.
Well, he's gone about this nicely so far. And, of course, if he can win this frame, the fourth one for Baranowski becomes massive because he could therefore win the match with another match to play. If he won that one, he'd be the group winner. So, you know, a second season pro from Poland, got a lot of work to do to keep his tour card at the end of the campaign, but this could be quite a memorable day for him, the chance to come back for stage 2.
Yeah, and he played that attacking shot off the blue to open the reds.
57.
And they split really well, but he's been in perfect position ever since.
58.
Yeah, and taking care, but not overthinking things either. He's not looking for problems where they don't exist. Equally, he's not rushing into shots. He's got just the right sort of tempo around the table, the right level of focus. So it's really 3 more pots needed to go 2-1 in front and to sink Stuart Bingham's hopes of being the group winner.
$65.
Well, he will need 2 more reds, in fact. Can't see a problem now, though. Right side of the blue. That's one of the great things about this Championship League. We get to see the talent there is on tour. You know, matches Baranowski, we might not see that much in the final stages of tournaments, potentially, but
71.
Here we've got to enjoy him all day, and we're seeing just how good he is here. So this to make sure of the frame.
72.
Stuart Bingham, the top seed, cannot now win the group.
$79. 80.
He made 5 centuries on tour last season. He's already made 2 this season in the qualifiers for the China and Wuhan Opens. Every chance to make one here. And without wishing to sort of tempt fate,
86.
he can also set a new personal best. 132 in a tournament is his best effort thus far.
87. $93.
It's the sort of break Bingham's been looking for today, actually, and I think we expected him to do some heavy hitting because that's what his game's based around, but it hasn't happened. But Baranowski has stepped up, and this black for a century, and he is still very much in the mix to win this group.
$101.
Yeah, he's played a great frame, great break from Mateus here, and it's a big frame coming up for him.
Well, he misses the black. That slightly annoyed him, but anyway, it's a century, and he's 2-1 up, and, as Ben says, a big frame to come, because if he can win that, He's got every chance still to win this group. Stuart Bingham battling just for places now. It's been a disappointing day for him. But Baranowski, as I say, right in the mix here. Alan Taylor did win that frame against Liam Graham. That's another wide open group on table 2. Taylor, if he wins this match, will be on 6 points, which means Liam Graham can't win the group. Zhou Yulong still could. If he beats Ben Mertens, he'll be on 7. So Liam Graham misses that stretching a bit. Starting to look like it probably will be between Taylor and Zhou Yulong, but of course Zhou Yulong does have the advantage of having that last match to play where he will know the exact position. But Alan Taylor, like Mark Joyce, the 4th seed in his group, still very much in with a chance here. He's a good friend of Stuart Bingham, in fact, as he misses that black.
Taylor 1.
So that continues, but table 1 is certainly speeded up based on what we saw earlier on today. Still 2 matches to come, of course, but here we go. This is the last frame, and a big frame for Matthias Baranowski. If he wins it, still in with a shout, a good one, of winning the group. And rather than the last match, which we're used to, the top seed and 2nd seed being the decider, it would actually be the match between the 3rd and 4th seeds, Baranowski and Mark Joyce.
Got very close to that double, but he knew he wasn't leaving anything easy if he missed it.
Bingham playing for pride. He's still got another match to come, of course. He's playing for places as well. Doesn't want to finish last, of course, get no money. But I've noticed the last couple of years his performances have become more inconsistent. He's still capable of really playing well, but at other times it's just not happening. Remember last season at the UK qualifiers, he led 5-0 against Scott Donaldson, lost 6-5. It's not the sort of reverse you associate with him. And I'm sure he's as bemused by it as anybody. I'm sure he felt good coming here today. Just hasn't clicked into place, though.
Mark Joyce will be hoping that Stuart wins this frame, because that would guarantee him top spot without playing the last match. So I'm sure he's keeping an eye on this last frame.
Yeah, which would be remarkable in a lot of ways. You know, not only the 4th seed winning the group, but winning it before they even play their last game, as you say. Get the cue ball back to the cushion. Bingham has missed a couple into middle pockets today. Let's see how he gets on with this one. Yeah, I mean, that was not close, was it, to the pocket?
Got a very good white there, Mateus.
Well, this time, a wonderful pot to the middle from Bingham. So, Mark Joyce will be fully supporting him in the players' room.
Yeah, I think because Mateus played such a good safety shot, it just forced Stewart to go for that red. And sometimes you play a good safety and it, you know, cost you.
9.
Well, I guess the way he's got to look at it is he could still get to 4 points by the end of the night. That could be enough for second place. And who knows at the end of the season, a couple of thousand ranking points, what difference it'll make. It could make the difference between, you know, being seeded at the Crucible or having to qualify.
15.
But professional pride also plays a part. He's not played well today. There's still time, though, to produce something before the day's out. He's got another match with Jordan Brown to come.
$20. 21.
He's in that position here where, you know, a frame-winning break, he starts to feel better, but if he breaks down again unexpectedly, it makes him feel worse. So it's actually a big visit for Bingham. Let's not forget, he beat Luca Purcell 6-0 to qualify for the China Open. You know, it's a thumping victory. So, like I say, he's still capable of that, but it just, the inconsistency, I guess, as you get older, maybe starts to become an issue. Get the feeling he still practices hard, which not all of his fellow 50-somethings do.
31. $36. 37. 44. 45. $50. 51.
Well, a much more fluent affair than his match with Mark Joyce earlier on, which lasted over 3 hours. But because of the hit he took in that match and the fact he hasn't won this one, he can't win the group. But this is good stuff from Bingham.
55.
Just finding something here.
56.
And one more red after the blue. It's going to be a 2-2 draw. And, of course, that is music to the ears of Mark Joyce, because it means that with 2 matches left to play, he's the group winner.
Yeah, if this red disappears,
61.
It's been a perfect frame for Mark Joyce. Great red and, you know, just a 1 visit from Stewart, which is his first of the day, if he pots this red.
Well, it thought twice, didn't it? But it's gone in, so that will cheer him up a little bit. Certainly cheer up Mark Joyce. Black stays out, so it's 1 snooker needed, so he hasn't quite killed it off as cleanly as he would have liked, but barring that snooker, it's going to be a draw. But Baranowski, of course, looking to win the match to keep himself in contention. Obviously, he's going to play on here.
He's just looking at a plant into the middle pocket, these 2 reds.
One. Eight. Nine.
Matthias will pot this black, a red and another black, and the red is in a very good position to get a good snooker, the red next to the pink. So this frame ain't
16.
quite over yet.
$17. $24.
Just wants to get the white as tight as he can to the pink and try not to put the red anywhere near a cushion to make it harder for Stewart. That's pretty good.
There's Baranowski, 24.
Yes, and of course Bingham has got nothing on a cushion, so if he doesn't hit the red and leaves it on, then it could be the winning clearance. A massive moment in the group, just as it looked like we were about to crown Mark Joyce the winner. Maybe not. Good hit though.
Could try and put the red near the black here and snooker with one of the bolt colours. Just gone too far with the white.
Well, if only he'd just made sure when he was in, we wouldn't have all this now. It's because the boot was on the other foot earlier, when he was the one playing for snookers in that Mark Joyce match.
So he's going to have to just judge the side, how much right hand side he gets on this, Stuart. So just needs to be a little careful.
Well, he won't mind knocking the green safe-ish, because, as I say, Baranowski would need them all.
Will Stuart try and roll this slow and get the white in behind the green? See. Just pointing, thinking it's going to roll off, but can play a different shot. Could be the winning shot.
Yeah, he's got to hit the red, he's got to not leave the red on. Well, it is possible, so can Stuart Bingham duly knock it in to complete victory? Well, not victory, but to make it 2-2. No, it's been that sort of day, hasn't it, where those sort of things haven't been happening for him. Well, is this another chance to down the red and in the match? That was close, in fairness.
Yeah, couldn't have got much closer, Stuart, but he's covered the red, so Mateus has got to get this safe.
Ah dear, the in off, and this red is going to be on, and the handshake is going to come. So, well, the big news is that Mark Joyce is going to be the group winner, because none of the rest of them can catch him. The 2-2 draw has worked perfectly for him, and in 5 minutes' time he will be back to play Matthias Baranowski.
Yeah, of course.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Normally, with a couple of matches to go in these groups in the BetVictor Championship League, all kinds of impacts could be made by the two remaining results. Well, the minor places remain up for grabs, but with that Stuart Bingham 2-all draw against Matthias Baranowski, the great news is for Mark Joyce, he will be the table topper, regardless of how he does against the Polish player in this match. The luxury of winning a group with a match to spare. There you can see Joyce on 6 points. That's unassailable. Even if Baranowski beats him here, the most that he can get to is 5. But of course, second, third and fourth remain open to question. But Joyce joins Dean Young as the second amateur to make the last 32.
The first frame. Mateusz Baranowski to break.
Quick update from Table 2 where Liam Graham has just equalised against Alan Taylor. Frame 3 yet to begin. So after a very slow start to proceedings today, Table 1 not that far behind Table 2. And Dave, with the freedom gained from knowing he's already going to top the table, I think Joyce in this match will be quite attacking. He should be. He's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, he's done his work, hasn't he? And as you say, no reason to not play with a bit of freedom. Some story, I think, obviously he's only the second, fourth seed to win a group, but to have won the group before his last match, that is something. Very unusual. Played much better in his second match against Jordan Brown than the first against Bingham. That was a struggle, but the fact is he won it, and that's why he's in this position now. A couple of draws in other matches have helped him, of course. As for Baranowski, of course, he can get to 5 points, which will get him second place in the table. So he does have something meaningful to play for. Well, that was pretty meaningful. That's worked out a treat.
I think he's played some decent stuff at times today.
Yeah, he's a very positive player. You've got to say that. He tries to make things happen. He plays the attacking game, the modern game. He seems quite a confident character as well, so it's good to see. I think we're already seeing a few improvements on last season, which of course was his first on tour. And of course, it's good that he's got his two compatriots with him as well on tour, Kowalski and Shabarchek. Let's hope there's more coming from Poland.
$16.
Well, he's looking at the possibility of a plant, but there's a big distance between those two reds. You can get lulled in thinking, well, the red I'm targeting is close to the pocket, it should be okay. It was okay, well played.
Yeah, another example of being positive, seeing the chance and playing it with control.
$24.
Made a century in that last match.
25. $32.
What a nice feeling, though, for Mark Joyce. Mission accomplished. By the way, he goes into Group F. A week today, that is. Tough group. He plays Jack Jones and Chang Bing-yu.
$33.
Yeah, after tonight, there's just another 6 places available in the second phase, which will start on Friday.
$40.
The other player in Joyce's second phase group, apart from Jack Jones and Chang Bing-yu, will come from the group we got on table 1 tomorrow. Serge Yawei and Marco Fu feature in that.
$41.
Well, he's scoring. Is Baranovsky, made a century in the China Open and the Wuhan Open last month. One match played by him in both of those two tournaments.
48. $49.
Well, this is the 7th black coming up.
On Saturday, Nagan Yi potted 8 reds and 8 blacks, went into the bunch and was unlucky not to drop on anything. Let's hope that Baranovsky has better fortune.
57.
Well, a lot's going to depend on this next shot, getting the reds into play.
Is the dream still alive? Is the blue in the way of one red? I think it is, but there is an alternative.
Well, you get this on 147 attempts. You get the odd shot that is definitely missable, that can define whether you make it or not. Frame's not won yet. Well, he's going to have to settle for a 146. He's on the pink, so he can win the frame.
So how do you console yourself? Well, you say that 146 breaks are much rarer than 147s.
71.
This red to secure the frame. Well, that's been excellent, this break.
72.
I'll tell you what, Dave, I'll be interested to see how he goes for the rest of the season.
79.
I'll be brutally honest, he's played far better today than I can remember from him last season. As you say, there's definitely been an improvement, a big improvement.
Yeah, I think that first year, you know, it's a bit like just being thrown into a swimming pool, you know, and by the way, you're in there with Michael Phelps. But you learn as you go.
80.
You start to feel maybe a bit more relaxed in the surroundings and with the sort of the pressure of competition as well. And very often in the second year, you do see the improvement. It's just whether there'll be enough to actually stay on tour. But I'll tell you what, if you can carry on playing like this, you've got every chance.
87.
Well, he does two things. He plays well and he plays attractively. Caught that black a little
95.
too full. That's why the cue ball didn't travel to where he wanted to be. But his second century of the group and fourth of the season looks to be a stone cold certainty.
Yeah, and he had the chance in the last match to beat his highest break on tour, which is 132. So now he's got another chance to significantly improve on it. The last red clearly is going to be key.
Yeah, we have seen a personal best in this tournament. Sahil Nair of Canada made his first century as a pro.
$109.
We're going to need some sort of double to do that now.
No PB, but excellence nevertheless. A break of 109, and Matthias Baranowski takes the first step towards securing second place in this group. He's 1-0 up on the man who will top the group at the end of proceedings, Mark Joyce. Over on table 2 right now, Liam Graham. Perhaps looking good to take a 2-1 lead over Alan Taylor. He had an outrageous fluke on the frame ball in the second. It was the penultimate red, and that was the one he needed to leave Taylor requiring snookers.
Well, Graham can win this frame. Then the fourth one is massive because, of course, if he won that as well, he'd be on 7 points with every chance to top the group.
We mentioned earlier that no third seed in any of these groups has ended up winning them. Maybe Graham could be the first.
Well, because Stephen Maguire, Scott Donaldson from Scotland, both already have made it through. There's only actually 6 Scottish professionals now. It's dwindled a bit. So I'm sure a lot of Scottish snooker fans looking at Liam Graham as a young man. Is the red in? No, not quite. So not there yet. 50 in front, 59 on.
Good cueman, Alan Taylor, can build breaks. Can he possibly salvage that one? We'll let you know.
Joyce to break.
Right now, back on table 1, Mark Joyce, who has the luxury of being able to lose this match and still top the group, breaking off in the second frame. Baranowski has that same look on his face every time he plays a shot. His head's tilted, mouth a little open.
Well, it's not quite Warsaw versus Walsall because, unfortunately for that gag, Baranowski's not actually from Warsaw. But Mark Joyce is from Walsall.
But he doesn't support Walsall FC. Man United fan.
Well, can't blame him really. Yeah, it's a funny feeling, I think, in this match now because there's no real intensity to it, which there certainly was in his earlier matches. You might think that would make him play well. It could do the opposite, actually. Sometimes you need to have that extra bit of edge on a match to produce the goods.
We left table 2 with Alan Taylor having the chance to clear up. Well, I can tell you, he could still win the frame, but he's not going to clear up because he's just missed the penultimate red.
Foul. Mateusz Baranowski, 5.
Had the group been live, Joyce would have been shaking his head now. Might well be the loss of only 5 points, though. A cheeky double and then a really nice kiss to land almost ideally on the blue.
Six.
Been a really good day for Mark Joyce. If you're unfamiliar with English geography, his hometown of Walsall in the West Midlands is only an hour from here in the East Midlands. He'll travel back tonight. Proud of a good job done.
12. 13. $18. 19. 25. 26.
Responsible for 3 half-centuries so far today, Joyce. 57 in that uber-scrappy first match win over Stuart Bingham.
33.
And then breaks the 56 and 77 in beating Jordan Brown.
34. 41. 42.
You could see him chalk up a century here because he's under no pressure whatsoever.
49.
Made it through to the very last round of Q School, the second of the 2 events, but Andrew Higginson beat him 4-1.
50.
So consigned to the amateur tour and the old professional event, they can get in off the top-up list, such as this one.
Yeah, where he is on the order of merit, clearly that won't be a full slate of tournaments, but I think he'll play in a few of the big ones. Definitely the shootout.
Yes, and as we know from Alfie Burden, you know, he can get back 56 on tour that way.
You might think, well, if Joyce were to win this tournament, go all the way and lift the trophy, he'd be back on tour as a result of that. Well, that wouldn't be the case. Being a current ranking event winner doesn't guarantee you'll be on the tour. Burden got there because he was in the top 4 on the 1-year list, not in the 64. So that's the aim for Joyce. If he could win this, he'd have a chance of being exactly where Burden was.
Well, that just came out of nowhere. I mean, the frame was essentially done. He just needed another red, but not to be. So 55 in it, 67 on.
Not a bad table for a counter-attack, with one obvious exception. The red that's really close to the right-hand side cushion. Just up from the baulk line.
5. Ten. $11.
Getting progressively more and more difficult. Realised it was essential to get the 6 points there, so
17.
just rolling in the pink, waiting for another opportunity. And you might think, well,
17.
Mark Joyce, he's going to top the table. Why is he taking such care and attention over a match that for him is academic? Well, the reason for that, it's the group's integrity, because what he does here impacts not only Baranowski but also Bingham and Brown, and there's still second place to play for. So the amateur is being very professional, Dave.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to see.
Well, it's a better looking table for him now than it was a couple of minutes ago. Now suddenly Joyce is vulnerable. By the way, I think they've temporarily stopped playing on table 2. Might be some kind of confusion as to the scores. So they're not returning to action until that confusion is sorted out. But it's been a while, Dave, since they've hit a ball in anger.
Yeah, I mean, if it happened on this table, it would be bad enough, but
Joyce
because this
4.
group isn't live, but that one very much is. They're on the brown in frame 3, but there's a long discussion about what the score should be.
So by missing that, Baranovsky falls 42 behind, 43 on. The only way he can win the frame out right now without recourse to penalty points or a respotted black is to pot 2 reds, 2 blacks and all the colours to win by a single point. What I can tell you about the table 2 frame is that at one point Taylor needed a couple of snookers.
Well, he seemed to get a free ball at one point on the green. Obviously only worth 3 with the 4 penalty points. I don't know whether that has added to the confusion there or not, but the fact is they're just not playing.
And of course, by definition, if both players agreed with the point situation, they would be carrying on. So there must be some kind of dispute between them. Well, after that hiatus, they're just about to start again. And according to our scores, Taylor, having got the 2 snookers, is now 18 behind with 22 on. You will not believe what's just happened on table 2. For the second frame in a row, Liam Graham has fluked frame ball. This time a brown to middle. If he's not embarrassed, he should be.
Meanwhile, Baranovsky gets his chance here. He needs, as you say, 2 reds, 2 blacks and the colours for 2-0.
Well, he won't have a better chance than this.
No, and Joyce was looking good, wasn't he? He was sort of just coasting along in this frame, and then the wheels came off for whatever reason.
Liam Graham added the blue, and he's taken a 2-1 lead over Taylor. Not very often you see that, though, Dave. Someone win consecutive frames by fluking frame ball back to back.
I know, and there was a long discussion about the scores, and then literally 2 shots later, the frame ends, basically. Ooh, but this frame, well, it might end now in favour of Mark Joyce. He wasn't great in terms of the angle to get on the black there, and he would have needed the black to win the frame by a point. So if Joyce can just snip this in, it's surely 1 each.
Yeah, the red facing Joyce isn't quite as much of a gimme as it seems. Thin contact needed. So anxious moments, but now Joyce will equalise.
7.
Well, still the chance to win all 3 matches, end on 9 points. That would be a real fill-up for the day's work.
Mark Joyce, 7.
Miss green, but it mattered not. Frame over. Matthias Baranowski did not accept the chance he had to snatch the frame. And Mark Joyce is now back on level terms at 1-1. Yeah, if Joyce were to top this table with 9 points, he'd be only the 5th player in the tournament so far to win a group with a maximum number of points. And bear in mind, we've had 24 completed groups thus far, and only 4 of the table toppers have done so with 3 wins out of 3. Over on table 2, by the way, that's group 13. The winner of that group eventually will go into Group D in the second phase to take on Julian Boyko, Scott Donaldson and Nopon Sankam. And this is a massive frame, it really is.
Yeah, especially for Liam Graham. If he wins it 7 points, that means that Zhou Yulong would have to beat Ben Mertens to be on 7, then it'd go on frame difference. When they played each other, it was a draw, so that's not going to decide it. So still the potential to go on high breaks.
Yeah, and that fluke Brown in the last frame was really hard for Alan Taylor to take, because that effectively ended his hopes of topping the group. If he gets a draw here, that would mean he's got 4 points.
If it is to be high breaks between Yulong and Liam Graham, then Liam Graham needs to make one here, because 46 is best coming into this match. Zhou Yulong 86. And just checking in this match itself, he's not improved on that. But of course, Ben Mertens could do him a favour, couldn't he? He could beat Zhou Yulong, he could draw with him.
Yes, and 4 people have won groups with 5 points, although the Yanov precisely what he wanted to avoid. But, as you might imagine, Alan Taylor feeling a little deflated and missing the red with ball in hand.
I don't think that business with the scores helped him, because he was on the comeback trail. He got a couple of snookers, he got a free ball, and then suddenly, you know, there was a protracted at least 5 minutes of discussing what the scores were. It kind of helped him. The fluke, obviously, though, has done him in as well.
Well, a less important fluke, but another one there. We'll keep you up to date with Fluke Gate.
I'll tell you what, Phil, he's landed plumb on the black as well.
We'll hear about this tomorrow, because Alan Taylor is our guest in the commentary box. If he doesn't bring it up, we will.
We definitely will.
So, Dave, a lengthy day for you, and there's still one more task after this. I know you're going to go and interview Mark Joyce for us, and we'll play that interview in a little later. So improved, Baranowski.
8. Nine. Sixteen. 17.
Anthony Kowalski beat him to the punch by becoming the first Polish player to qualify for the Crucible this year. But if Baranowski could either keep his card or regain it at Q School next spring,
25.
well, I think he's definitely got potential.
$32.
Not averse to taking on a plant when the gap is there between the two reds. And just like the previous,
33.
right into the heart of the pocket, Dave.
Yeah, and he has an angle here to develop reds as well. And he just seems to be someone who's always trying to get the balls open and kill frames off if he can, clinically. Not quite worked out though, because the red near the middle blocking the path of the one he's closer to. And he's looking at another plant here. Trying to convince himself, I think, that he can make this. He may well be able to. Again, it's all reds and blacks as well. Well, he's playing this one now. Oh, that's excellent. It really is.
41.
So, it's another potential maximum bid.
Had to contend with a very narrow pocket entrance there. Well, one thing we can tell you on table 2, unless there's a re-rack, which would seem highly unlikely, Liam Graham cannot better Zhou Yulong's 86 break. So, with Alan Taylor at the table, wonderful opening to make it 2-2 over there. That means Graham, with a win and more than likely 2 draws, will set the target at 5 points. Here, though, history could still be made.
56.
Well, as a former professional, Kasper Filipiak, he did make a maximum, but not in a professional tournament. So Baranowski would be the first Pole to do it, but another hurdle to get over here first. Playing one onto another, is he? Oh, he is, and he's played it brilliantly.
57.
I'll tell you what, if he makes the max now, we'll remember that shot.
Yeah, I mean, remember Selby's treble that time in the British Open against Jack Lazowski. That was another memorable shot he pulled out when the break looked done. Oh, and then he misses the black. Oh. And of course the frame not won yet.
Andrew Barklam's pronunciation of Mateusz puts ours to shame. Match over on table 2, and it is a 2-all draw, Liam Graham and Alan Taylor. And that means that if Zhou Yulong were to draw against Ben Mertens, he'd win the group.
Seven. Mark Joyce, 7.
Key to this one, does the red slide past the brown? Baranowski looked at it twice, but it was wishful thinking to believe it went. With the red in bulk, this is the prime condition for tip tapping. Barklam calls touching ball, which might help Joyce's cause. Yeah, deserved tap on the table. That was a really good safety from Joyce. Avoided the double kiss there by a fraction.
Foul and a miss. Mark Joyce 4.
I think if you're just tuning in and we said to you, well, this match is really meaningful for one player, but for the other, it can't affect what their position in the group is. And by the way, that position is number 1. You probably wouldn't be able to guess which player, because Mark Joyce, he's the man in that position, but he's playing pretty hard match snooker here, even though his work he's done already.
So then you might say, well, does Joyce know that he's okay, that he's topped the table regardless? Well, I would be astounded if he didn't know.
There's certainly enough time here, the Championship League, to find these things out. Show you long and the way against Ben Mertens on table 2, needing a draw there, as Phil has explained, to top that group.
Yeah, so basically if it was a draw, Zhou Yulong and Liam Graham would both finish on 5 points. They would both have identical frames won lost records. Their head-to-head was 2-2, and so it would come down to breaks. And with Graham finished for the day, Zhou Yulong knows that his 86, at the very least, will better that of Graham, as Baranowski knocks in a really good ball again.
Well, he's already got a useful lead here, so could lay up to the yellow, could take the brown on, could put a colour safe. There's various options he's got. Opted for the snooker behind the black.
Yeah, I think that was the best way forward. The one thing he didn't want to do there with a 47-point lead was to bring the black into totally open play, because that would have been to his opponent's benefit. Now, though, Joyce is in all kinds of trouble.
And now he's out of trouble. Well, the red over the pocket or near the pocket is covered. So if he's taking this on, he's going to have to get it.
He was so far away from that, he almost hit the red on the incorrect side.
Well, 47 the lead for Baranowski, so not much more to do here. A couple of reds and colours to lead 2-1. Well, not the best start. Because if he can win the match, then he goes to 5 points. He will finish second. So it is meaningful for him.
Yeah, that's because coming up in our last match, we thought it would be the group decider. It's actually could be a third and fourth place decider. Stuart Bingham against Jordan Brown. Both have 1 point thus far. So, yeah, as Dave outlined, Baranowski could be in line for second.
Mateusz Baranowski 1.
By the way, with Joyce assured as the group winner, I can tell you he's the 9th Englishman through to the last 32, the most successful nation in the tournament. And successful with that one. I'll tell you what, we're seeing some flukes in this session, Dave.
Yeah, Baranowski, though, was in, wasn't he, and just didn't get on a colour, so if he does that, then Joyce can't get the fluke.
First frame, Zhou Yulong and Ben Mertens. Zhou in the balls. Mertens had the first chance and he missed an absolutely simple blue to middle. Still can't quite believe he missed it.
12.
Regardless, Mark Joyce will need that really awkward pink. Which could be a lifesaver for Baranovsky.
18.
So 30 behind. Pots this last red with any colour apart from the yellow, and he can win. But before the colour, you have to pot the red.
Mark Joyce, 18.
Well, if Baranovsky can pot it, then surely he's won the frame. Bit of a messy frame since he broke down earlier on, of course. Well, maybe you couldn't see the potting angle.
Zhou Yulong basically over the line in the first frame against Ben Mertens now. So he's 1-0 up, the Chinese player. That means he needs one more frame. Joyce not trying to get involved in a real scrap towards the end of a frame. We saw that in successive frames against Stuart Bingham this morning stroke afternoon. And he showed a lot of character in that match, Joyce, because he lost the third frame after Bingham required 3 snookers at one point. So you think then, well, Bingham's going to salvage a draw, but he didn't. Joyce held firm in a very lengthy fourth.
One.
Here, though, surely that's going to be enough.
Mateusz Baranowski, 1.
Well, Dave, he's taking this group integrity thing to an nth degree. Already guaranteed to top the table. And he's carrying on here, intent on moving 2-1 ahead still.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he must know the position in the group, but he's just going to play it as a normal match. But now, that could be a concession.
Mark Joyce, 2.
It's not, but the green sitting in the jaws of the pocket unmissable. And it'll be 3 snookers needed when he pots it.
3. Mateusz Baranowski, 3. Yep, and the frame.
So, the concession does arrive. Baranowski leads Joyce 2-1. Joyce will top the table, and if Baranowski can win the next frame, he will finish in second place. Can confirm Zhou Yulong has taken a 1-0 lead over Ben Mertens. So all Zhou requires is a draw. That means he needs to win one of the last 3 frames. Been busy here today at the Mattioli Arena. In the other hall, which is adjacent to this, we've had top-class darts. PDC, a lot of the big names are here. When I walked into the arena this morning, walked past Mervyn King. I know you saw some well-known faces as well, Dave.
Well, I saw one, Alan Warren a little, but yeah, they're all here, as you say, in the other hall.
Yeah, I think they played 2 tournaments over 2 days. World ranking events as well. All behind closed doors.
Well, I mean, back in the day, there was a Championship League darts, wasn't there, down at Crondon Park? It lasted a couple of years. Well, Mark Joyce, I'm sure, would like to at least keep his unbeaten run going, so a draw is still possible, but either way, the positives are he's coming back for stage 2.
When their position in the group is known, quite often players are cavalier, they play exhibition, quick snooker. That's not been the case with Joyce at all.
One.
I have to say, Baranowski spotted some really good balls in this match throughout the day, actually.
Four. Five. 12. $13. $20. $21.
Looking good for Baranovsky here, looking really good for Zhou Yulong on table 2. Already 1-0 up on Ben Mertens. And on a break of 48 to initiate the scoring in the second frame. And bear in mind, that's the frame that Zhou needs to top the group.
I think it'd be really great to see Zhou Yulong win a tournament, wouldn't it? He's been knocking on that door for a while now, 4 finals. 9-8 he lost in the English Open final to Mark Allen.
28.
And he's seen so much success for his friends, of course, amongst the Chinese contingent. So he's, still on that list of players who could certainly win one.
Yeah, the BetVictor Championship League ranking event has been won by a first-time winner before, Dave Gilbert.
$29.
So Baranovsky still looking good here to end the day not only unbeaten but with 1 win and 2 draws, and second place assured in the table. He's played some good stuff, I think, Phil, today. There's definite signs of improvement from last year.
36.
Yeah, and not just improvement, I think wholesale improvement. He could, if he carries on in this kind of vein, gain some really notable scalps this season.
Yeah, what he needs to do, of course, and it's true of all the players, is get on a run in something. It's no good, the odd last 32, last 16. You've got to be getting to literally semi-finals, really, to make a dent in the rankings. So, look, we've seen all sorts of players from lower down the rankings just break through unexpectedly in some cases in the last few years. It is possible. It's difficult, but it's possible.
$44.
So during that 2-all draw with Jordan Brown, he made a 71 break. Runs a 55 and 102 in drawing with Stuart Bingham 2-2.
45.
And now in this match, breaks of 109, 57 and this. Not bad for a short format, not bad at all. Group 13 is going to be won by Zhou Yulong. He's taken an unassailable lead in the second frame against Ben Mertens. So Zhou Yulong becomes the 8th Chinese player into the last 32.
Yeah, and of course there may be a couple more, but that's about on schedule because the tour is made up for about a quarter of the Chinese contingent.
$53.
So just looking to finish off now, maybe with a third century. Left that a little short.
60.
Joey Long has missed a red. He made a 91 break. He leads Ben Mertens 2-0. We can look forward to his company in phase 2.
$61.
Matthias Baranovsky won't be here for phase 2. But he's done enough in this group to impress, to raise a few eyebrows.
Mateusz Baranovsky, 61.
Lost position, so rolling the brown safe. 61 in front, 75 left.
Don't know what the odds would have been, if there were any, on the Stuart Bingham Jordan Brown match last up, being a third and fourth place playoff. But if Baranovsky applies the finishing touches to this frame, that's what it's going to be. The number 1 and 2 seeds in this group fighting for scraps.
Foul.
Well, all gifts gratefully received. So now it's red and a colour needed. So he's taking this on. Just 2 pots away from victory. Yes, nicely done. OK, he's not won the group, but it's been a successful day for Baranovsky. He's not been beaten. And it looks like he's going to finish second.
And I think it's, without any shadow of doubt, the best he's ever played on TV.
Seven. Mateusz Baranovsky, 7.
Why on earth is Mark Joyce continuing on? It matters not in the slightest. $67 points on the table, 72 the difference. Needs a couple of snookers. But even if he gets them and pulls off a snooker great escape, there's no reward apart from personal pride. Well, surely now Joyce will call time on his day.
Five. 6.
The day has ended in defeat, but overall it's been a big success. And when we come back after the break, Mark will be joining me in the commentary box here
13.
For a little chat before we get into the meat of the final match of the day on table one.
Mateusz Baranowski, 13 frame. And
Between Stuart Bingham and Jordan Brown. But they aren't the stories today. Instead, the stories are Mark Joyce winning the group with 6 points. Mateusz Baranowski playing nicely to finish second with 5, unbeaten. Bingham and Brown coming your way in around 5 minutes' time.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky 7. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, and welcome back to the BetVictor Championship League. This is day 13, but I can tell you what, it's not been unlucky for Mark Joyce. Okay, he lost his last match 3-1 to Matthias Baranowski, but earlier in our first session, well, he got 6 points out of 6, and that proved enough to top the table. So the man who came off the qualifying school order of merit is going to the last 32. 6 points for Joyce. Baranowski of Poland, I was very impressed with him at certain points today. He's got 5 points, so he's guaranteed second place. And now the two top seeds in the group, the two ranking event winners, indeed Stuart Bingham, the former world champion, they are playing for scraps for third place. Jordan Brown and Bingham both on 1 point. So joining me for a few moments in the commentary box is Mark Joyce. And first off, Mark, congratulations.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Phil. Yeah, obviously delighted to top the group. I thought Matthias, to be fair to him, I thought he probably was the best player in the group today. Obviously, I finished top, but barring a couple of draws, he could have quite easily finished top. I think when you sort of sitting down watching somebody play, you could tell he was really hitting the ball well. I fancied him to score every time he got in, and to be fair, you know, his long game was good as well. So yeah, but delighted obviously to finish top.
In these groups, it always seems to me there's one absolutely crunch frame. Now, looking at it from my perspective, it was the fourth frame, the last frame against Stuart Bingham. You just lost that hard break in the third when he needed 3 snookers at one point. So to win that frame, to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and win that match, that was probably the most vital frame you won all day.
Yeah, I think you bang on, to be fair. Obviously, you know, I should have won the match 3-0. It weren't the best quality. I think we both sort of a bit of a hangover from maybe staying up watching the football yesterday evening. But yeah, I mean, I should have won 3-0. I think I was something like 69-0 up or something with 4 reds left. Tried to dolly a black in. I should have just potted it without not worrying about position on the next ball. And I think Stu would have shook my hand. But fair play to him. I mean, he just dug in, kept digging in. You know, a bit like Selby, you know, like how many times you've seen it, you miss that one, not even match ball, it's the next ball, and then you're made to sweat for the next half an hour, and that's exactly what he did to me. But as you rightly say, I was quite proud of myself to sort of control the next frame really, and yeah, it's turned out being a massive frame.
And then a much better performance in terms of fluency against Jordan Brown, the man at the table right now. Breaks of 56 and 77, fueling that 3-0 win.
Yeah, I think that was probably obviously my best performance of the day. A little bit more fluency.
17.
Yeah, so yeah, like I say, and then Stu's drew 2 each with Matthias in the next game, and obviously that last match there, I was already guaranteed to finish top. But take nothing away from Matthias, I thought he thoroughly deserved the win.
And finally, Mark, you're the second amateur, well, you're an amateur in name only, the second Q School top-up to win a group after Dean Young. It just emphasises the strength in depth in snooker at the moment. Great players aren't even on the tour.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, although I'm sort of classed as an amateur, I've been on the tour for 18 seasons, so I'm probably enjoying it as much now as I've ever done, really, to be honest. It's been a little bit of a tough one to take, losing the last match to regain my tour card 3 times. Turkey last year, Spain, and then obviously the last round at Q-School. But I feel like my game's in, probably as good as it's ever been, really, to be honest. So I've just got to keep staying positive, hopefully get a few top-ups, and, I could probably, if I wanted to, I could probably have the busiest season I've ever had, really, with all the amateur stuff, senior stuff, and then obviously, let's say, all the professional top-ups as well. And I'm enjoying playing.
Actually, one more question. You're in Group F now, in a week's time.
26.
We don't know one of the players in that group. That's yet to be determined. But the other two, apart from yourself, Jack Jones and Chang Bing-Yu, so it doesn't get any easier.
No, listen, I mean, Jack obviously got to the World Final a couple of years ago, a fantastic player, and I think Chang Bing-Yu is probably the next young Chinese coming through who's probably going to win a tournament. He looks brilliant from what I've seen. But as you rightly say, it's short format. You've just got to get in, and I think more often than not, you get your chances. If you're getting in and scoring, you can do a bit of damage.
Well, thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. Well done today, and now make that short drive back to God's own country, the West Midlands.
Brilliant. Cheers, Phil.
$35.
So while Mark Joyce was dissecting his day, his very successful day, it's a successful start to the match for Jordan Brown.
$42.
So Joyce has departed the commentary box, taking his place, Van Wollaston.
43.
Yeah, I think because they're only playing for 3rd place and it's the last match of the day, I expect these two, whatever happens, for it to be quite a quick match. It's going
50.
that way so far. We've probably only been playing 5 or 6 minutes, and Jordan's already on 50.
Yeah, as Mark Joyce was speaking there, as we were doing the interview, Ben Mertens pulled a frame back against Zhou Yulong on table 2. So the last frame of the day is underway over there, but regardless, Zhou is going to top the table.
51. $58.
Been quite a curate's egg of a day, really, for Jordan Brown. At points,
59.
during that match against Matthias Baranovsky, the one he started his day, well, he made breaks of 97 and 104. But also thrown in, Ben, several key errors.
Yeah, and as we saw in his second match against Mark Joyce, he made a lot of errors in that
66.
and made it very easy for Mark to win that match. But in this match, could possibly start this first frame of a century.
Commentator's curse, Ben.
66.
66 the break, not even good enough to secure the frame. That was frame ball. And bear in mind, there is something on this, £1,000. And Bingham does have the edge in terms of trying to nail down third place, because he goes into this match with a -2 frame difference. Jordan Brown has a -3. So if Bingham claims a draw, that will be enough for third.
$16. 70. $24.
Got no latitude with colours, so didn't want to be quite as steep as this on the red. Had to play that delicately with check side.
25. $32. $33. $40.
Just about okay. A little bit thinner on this yellow than he would have liked, but he can just drop it in and hold for the green.
Stuart Bingham, 40.
Surprising miss.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day. Actually, that kind of day for both of these. The yellow missed twice by Bingham, even though he obtained perfect position. The action on table 2 is about to end. Zhou Yulong has an uncatchable lead in the fourth frame against Ben Mertens. He's going to win that match 3-1, and he's going to top the table with 7 points. Liam Graham in second place with 5, Alan Taylor third with 4, and for Ben Mertens, well, he's drawn a blank today. Nil point.
$86.
Zhou Yulong finishes off with a break of 86. It is mission accomplished. The top seed goes through, and he becomes the 8th Chinese player into the last 32. And by the way, the 18th top seed to be in the last 32. Those second phase groups, Ben, will be tough schools. Zhou Yulong goes into Group D with Julian Boyko, Scott Donaldson and Nopon Sankon. And one quick footnote on Zhou Yulong's 3-1 win over Ben Mertens. He achieved that win with breaks of 97, 91 and 86. This yellow proving elusive for both of them. And the way that Jordan Brown left the table, that suggests the yellow will pass the green for Bingham.
Two.
Not very nice to lose a frame from 66-0 up, especially when you've missed quite a straightforward red on the cusp of winning it.
Nine. $14. 20.
So just the black to steal this first frame.
$27 in the first frame. Stuart.
And who knows, set the tone for the match. A colours clearance from Stuart Bingham. He wins the frame by a single point. But to be frank, Jordan Brown had no one to blame but himself. 1-0 to the 2015 World Champion and 2015 Championship League winner. When we started out today, we thought at the very least one of these two would be in contention going into the last match to top the table. The fact that neither have got close, that's a real surprise to me.
Yeah, I don't think most people would have predicted that neither of them have a chance of, you know, finishing anywhere but third going into this last match.
Bingham, though, is the ultimate trier warrior. Okay, it's a low-key experience for him, having hit the heights so often in his career. But he's playing for £1,000. He's playing for 1,000 ranking points. And he'll give this his all. You can rest assured on that.
Yeah, because Stuart's, you know, played really poorly for him today. And the way the first match went, you know, his highest bet was only 24. But he battled and tried his hardest all the way through, which
The second frame.
was, you know, good to see.
Jordan Brown to break.
So frame one was painful. It stung Jordan Brown. Will it sting him into action? And bear in mind what I've said before about the frame difference. this isn't a straight shootout. Bingham only needs a draw, and third place will be his. I was making this point with David Hendon in our last match. This is one of those sessions where we've seen an absolute abundance of flukes. In the
Jordan Brown, 1.
Liam Graham match against Alan Taylor, Graham fluked frame ball in frames 2 and 3.
Just about on this black, Jordan. Starting to look despondent is Jordan Brown now. Understandable.
Jordan Brown, 8.
After missing that red, he could have done so much more damage. Not the first time that Stuart Bingham has played for the minor placings quite late on in a day here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. I will recall 2022 when Luca Brissell on finals day beat Lu Ning in the grand final to capture the title. Basically, the final day, as you'll see next Wednesday, features 2 groups on 2 tables. The 2 group winners play each other in the final. So the way it worked out was that Brissell and Lu Ning had finished their group fixtures quite early, and we knew they were going to be the group winners. So the final went on. Brassell playing naturally very quickly, won the match 3-1. We had the trophy presentation, the interview. All over, we went off air. And yet, still battling away out there in the last match of one of the groups was Stuart Bingham against Ricky Walden. I think it was for second place, but it was certainly for a minor placing. So he's done this kind of thing before. One of the very rare occasions, if not the only one, where the champion has been crowned and there's still snooker going on. Of course, Ben, when snooker returned from the COVID-19 pandemic, our first tournament back was in June of 2020 at the Marshall Arena in Milton Keynes. We had a championship league then, and you came so close to winning it. One tough pot away that you rattled, and Brassell made a century and won the whole thing.
Yeah, we were just grateful to have a tournament because we'd obviously been off for a few months, and it was just a very strange time. Just playing your match, and then you had to go to your hotel room. You know, you weren't allowed out your hotel room. They brought you food to your room. Yeah, really strange time. Yeah, I remember that. I think Luca either messed up a safety or went for a long red. Could have left me really easy, but left me a difficult first pot. And if I pot it, maybe I win. And if I missed it, that was it. He made a century, so well done to him then.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned when I saw the format for that event because I thought there's no final, so maybe it might all fizzle out and the last match or two could be relatively meaningless. In fact, it was completely the opposite. It came down to the very final frame, and what a quality match it was that you played against Luca. I believe he had 2 centuries and you had 1.
I think I had 2 centuries and then he finished with a century. I think the last 3 frames were 3 centuries, yeah. And I remember because the commentators were doing it all from home. I think Stephen Hendry done it, and he said, I didn't know Ben could play like that.
Yeah, the commentators, well, we were actually there, but the pundits were at home, yeah. Yeah, so it was June the 1st. It was the first live sport back. And I did the first match, and I can honestly say, we were on ITV, and I can honestly say I was very emotional, those first few words, to finally get back in the swing of things, because, of course, when we left Llandudno and the Tour Championship at the end of March, when all the lockdown occurred, that tournament was abandoned. We had no idea when we'd be back with snooker, and it wasn't too great a gap, actually, thanks to the sterling work done by World Snooker and getting all of the testing done and giving us a safe environment.
Six.
When I drove down to Milton Keynes for the start of that tournament, I had to go 2 days early to get tested. And then you were put in your room until the results were known. When I drove down to Milton Keynes for that event, I had to carry a piece of paper giving me permission to drive. We were still deep in the pandemic then.
Because I know in this match they're both playing for £1,000, but I also, as a player, think they're just trying to find a little bit of form in a match situation. just going into their next tournament in a few weeks. They just want a couple of, good frames just to feel good about themselves, even though it's not been their day, but just to finish the day on a little bit of a high.
Yeah, and the next tournaments will come round in a couple of weeks' time. Qualifies for the Shenzhen Open, the British Open, and the English Open.
$24. $25.
Well, a good angle on this red to go into the bunch and spread them far and wide. Well, they didn't spread far and wide, but they spread far enough.
$39. $40. Brown ball. $44. $45.
So similar to the first frame, Jordan looking good so far for this frame. So black, red and black would put this frame safe.
$52.
And this is a really stoic response after seeing the first frame snatched from his grasp.
53. $60. $61.
Faltered at the winning line in the first frame, but not in the second.
$66. $67.
Well, David Hendon was saying earlier on that Jordan Brown is approaching becoming a member of the 100 Centuries in Professional Competition Club. Might do it this season. Probably will do it next.
$75.
And this could be one to the tally. It should be.
$82. 83. Jordan Brown.
No century. But a break of 83, and with that, Jordan Brown equalises. He needs the last 2 frames to gain the win he requires to finish in third. Stuart Bingham needs one of the last 2. Now, just a note about tomorrow. 2 groups again for you in the first phase. On table 1, it will be Group 6. Attractive group it really is. Sergio Wei, Marco Fu, Zhu Yichen and Sean Maddox. Now, there's been a change of personnel on table 2, Group 26. Tom Ford was supposed to enter the fray, but he's pulled out. So his place has been taken by George Pragnell, who was the next available player on the qualifying school order of merit. So it will be Pragnell, Matthew Stevens, Karwei Chung and Ashley Carty. In terms of experience, bear in mind what he's achieved in the game, a Masters and UK champion. Stevens should be favourite to win that table 2 group. And let's not forget, as recently as April, he qualified for the World Championship. As for Group 6 on table 1, I've got a sneaky feeling Marco Fu might do well.
The third frame. Stuart Bingham to break.
If one thing has let Jordan Brown down today, he's not potted many from distance.
One.
Yeah, Stuart played to screw back there for the green or brown. He didn't quite get enough screw on it, so just happened to play a snooker behind the yellow.
It's been a lengthy day today here, and one of the reasons on table 1 is that, well, yeah, the first match was excessively lengthy, but also it's the number of frames played. In a group, you have 6 matches, minimum number of frames 18, maximum 24. Well, today 23 of those 24 will have been played by the end of proceedings. All kinds of kisses.
One. Seven. Eight.
Got into that white really
15.
nicely to be able to screw past the red.
16. $23.
In potting this red, he is going to free some other reds, so you've got to make sure he focuses on the pot.
$24.
Well, if you got 100 kisses like that in a season, Ben, you'd be happy.
Yeah, it was a nice one.
$29. $30.
I think Brown, the way he's played, does deserve third a little more than Bingham. Yes, he's been prone to mistakes at the incorrect time. Just like that.
Jordan Brown, 30.
Yeah, he was looking good again in this frame, but pretty straightforward miss again. Can Stuart take advantage?
One. Eight.
Very few players in snooker play that deep screw shot with the reverse side better than Bingham. And I'll tell you why he's so good at it. That cue ball hit the cushion. Not at great speed, but it still had the revs on.
9.
Controlled
15.
that nicely. It's just on the red to the left of the pink.
Bingham is a great one for working out all of the permutations. He will have been well aware that a draw here is good enough for third place. Second and first, out of reach by some distance.
$23. $24.
Just come wrong side of the blue there, so I think he's going to have to leave the red from distance. It's just to the left and below the pink spot.
Can't get closer than this.
29.
1-1, 30-30. Sounds like a game at Wimbledon. And by the way, folks, if you didn't already know, Ben Wollaston is a massive Djokovic fan, so he'll be very excited this week.
Yeah, hopefully he can do it this week, but I think Yannick Sinner's the favourite still.
One of the snooker connections with Wimbledon was the late great Clive Everton. He was a very useful tennis player in his youth who actually played in Wimbledon qualifying. And he covered the championships for many a year.
Possible shot to nothing for Jordan. I think he'll be trying to get the white behind the yellow and brown if he misses it.
Last time I commentated on Stuart Bingham, before this, he was taking part in the UK Open 9-ball event, part of the World 9-ball Tour down at Brentwood in Essex. Home fixture for him. And he went quite deep, actually.
Quite a cagey safety battle here. They definitely want to win this £1,000.
Two seasoned pros for whom, as they say, a grand's a grand. You'd be the same, Ben. Exactly the same. And quite rightly so. Well, the safety exchange is punctuated by an absolutely stonking pot.
And also, like you said before, Phil, just showing underrated cue power that Stuart possesses. Didn't really hit that very hard, but the white just flew back. Controlled that really well as well. Green. Off 3 cushions.
Five.
So could Bingham, after that excellent first red, be in to win the frame he requires? Just to reiterate,
11.
A draw for Bingham will do. That will nail down third place.
12. 19. $20.
So the black and the last red will be enough to leave brown needing a snooker. And that's a good thing because he doesn't have to do anything extravagant with this last red. These are the kind of balls we've seen missed on many occasions over the last 13 days.
28. $35. $37. $40. $44. $49. $55, the frame. Stuart Bingham.
So there you have it for Bingham. The grand is in the hand. He leads 2-1. The best that Jordan Brown can do in the match is gain a 2-all draw. But that would be good enough for Bingham to finish in third place. Just one more frame to go. It is academic. I think we might see the speed increase. Yeah, so just a quick reminder again about a change in the lineup tomorrow. On table 2, it's Group 26. Karwei Chung, Ashley Carty, Matthew Stevens, all as planned. But George Pragnell comes in for Tom Ford, who withdrew. As for table 1, I'm really looking forward to this group, actually. Sergio Wei, Sean Maddox, Zhu Yi Chen, who's a remarkable player. Not a conventional style, but he can really pot. So Sergio Wei, Sean Maddox, Zhu Yi Chen, and Marco Fu. And bear in mind, after today, only 6 places in the second phase groups will be available. Yeah, we're getting down to the business end of the tournament. Well past halfway now. In total, it's a 21-day event. We run from Monday to Saturday this week, have Sunday off, and then come back for Monday, Tuesday, and then the final 2 groups will be played on July the 15th. And Ben, whoever comes through this and lifts that trophy will have earned it.
Yeah, it's, you've got to get through this first stage. And I know there's still a long way to go after that, but most players are sort of, I think, more relaxed going into the next stage because they've, got prize money and decent ranking points. And then they can, if they do win the second group, then they feel really close to being able to win the tournament altogether.
Tomorrow's group winners, well, the winner of Group 6 on Table 1 will face Mark Joyce, Jack Jones and Chang Ping Yu in a second phase group. The winner of Group 26 on Group G they will play, joining Zhang Ander and Jimmy Robertson. So one more frame to go. It's been really intense here today, but there won't be much intensity on this frame because all issues have been determined. For Jordan Brown, the day went south really in his second frame. He made a 97 in the first against Matthias Baranowski, and he had a wonderful chance in the second frame, reds and indeed colours everywhere, and he missed quite a straightforward red to middle. Thereafter it's been a struggle. Yeah, he did make a century against Baranowski, 104, but it was a 2-all draw. And then he suffered a 3-0 defeat by Mark Joyce, the group winner. Well, I said this frame wouldn't have the intensity of earlier ones, but maybe I was barking up the wrong tree. What a good pot that was. What a well worked out shot with safety very much included.
Foul.
Oh, but he's not reached the green. The worst kind of snooker, Ben. One that's self-imposed. I didn't catch the number, but I know he said it's either the 4th or the 5th time he's done that already this season. I think it was the 4th. Either way, to make that many errors in that department so early in a campaign, what's going on? So you think, well, how can a professional do that, fail to nestle in behind a ball colour? Well, first off, these tables are fast, and so you need a really good touch to do that. Secondly, you want to try and be as close to the ball colour as possible. If you're heavy-handed, either you won't get the snooker or it won't be as effective. First order of business on the colours, get the brown back on its spot.
Five. Six. $13.
Not as intended, but the red will squeeze by, and he does have an alternative to middle. Wow, it's a tight squeeze, isn't it?
$14. $20. $21. $28. $29. $35.
What Brown is doing today,
56.
not dissimilar to what Alfie Burden did the other day. Had 3 2-all draws, finished last in the group. He put together 2 centuries and a pair of 90-plus breaks as well. Brown, he's had 97, 104,
43.
66 and 83 today.
Yeah, in this match against Stewart, he just missed 2 really simple balls, but apart from that,
44.
he looked good in this match.
$51.
Yeah, as we've discussed, he's number 64 in the rankings. So,
$52.
needs a good season to retain his tour card.
$59. $60.
The lead is 63, so the black for 2-2.
67. $68.
Surely Bingham won't come back. So Brown, Ben, has got a few positives to take home.
Yeah, it's obviously he's got no money or ranking points, but he's played a good last frame, showed a good rhythm, and he's just got to try, to take that as a
74.
positive for the qualifiers in a couple of weeks.
So a day that began on table one with one extremely lengthy match could end
81
with a century.
$87.
Can hear some noise from outside of the arena, but nothing has broken
88.
Brown's concentration.
$94.
Well, with the noise intensifying, Jordan Brown could not complete the century break. But in that match, he made breaks of 66, 83 and 94. And that was good for a 2-all draw with Stuart Bingham. But sadly, for Brown, he had to win the match to gain any ranking points or indeed any prize money. Bingham finishes third on frames difference. Brown brings up the rear. Matthias Baranowski with a win in 2 draws. He's in second place. But the group winner, the amateur from Walsall in the West Midlands, the qualifying school Order of Merit top-up, is Mark Joyce. Well done to him. And of course tomorrow, from 11 o'clock local time here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, we will do it all again. 2 more groups coming your way. Over on table 2, it's Hong Kong's Kawei Chung against Ashley Carty of England. Welshman Matthew Stevens will take on George Pragnell in their first match. Pragnell coming in as a reserve to replace the withdrawn Tom Ford. Our coverage on table 1 will centre around Zhu Yichen, Hong Kong's Marco Fu. What a fine player Fu has been over the years. What a fine ambassador for the game also. And taking part in Group 6 as well, Sean Maddox, and the top seed in the group, the current world number 16, Sir Zhao Wei. Hope to have your company at 11 o'clock in the morning. For now, though, from Ben Wollaston, from David Hendon, and myself, Phil Yates, it's a very good evening.